It's been too Apologies, everyone. Sorry about that. I won't bore you with the detail. We'll get into it.
Just one apology.
Councillor Frost.
We don't really do resolutions, but we just make a note.
Yeah, we'll just make note of it. Right, we'll move on.
So we want us to get moving?
We'll get moving.
Right.
Sorry. Yep.
Are we okay, Becky?
Yes.
Just the opening statement. Okay, so just a reminder, we met back in 13th of November, workshop 1 on the annual plan. We were talking around about assumptions. We had no financials at the time. So basically between then and now, a lot of work's being done on financials, although our assumptions that we've been working to is basically looking at what was in our budgets for the next year anyway, which is already in the system, and then what would be the variations, the major areas of pain, the major variations to that budget. And you'll see with the way the papers are, we've highlighted what those major variations are, and we'll talk our way through those. The objective of today is basically it's your day, so we can take as much time or as little time as you want on the various aspects. And the run sheet or the program, we'll start basically with financials and the components of financials, and we can and where the various major variances are, and you can discuss that, you can talk about it, you can ask the questions, or we'll start here and we can go through what that means for that, right? It includes the projects as well and things like that. So we'll just work our way through that. Otherwise, that would be the intention of the job. And the only thing we just wanted to do was very topical announcements and other pieces occurring. So just before it doesn't become an issue for you through this debates that we thought we just mentioned the very first one, and where we'll be talking about it and how it works or it doesn't work. So, yeah.
Morena koutou. Yep, so you would have seen the paper in your agenda. I'd like to take that as read. I just wanted to note that there is another session at the latter part of the day on legislative change, which will cover the rates capping in more detail. The context here is to note what rates capping means for you guys for annual plan decisions for this year. And according to what we know right now and the letter from Minister of Local Government Simon Watts, letter to the Mayor and CEs, it's unlikely to have substantive effect on your considerations right now for the annual plan. Noting that effectively they're saying that the legislation for rates capping is likely to be introduced next year, with it being fully implemented 1st of July 2029. There will be a transition period from the time that the legislation is passed until 2029, where they would expect councils to be considering the rates target. You might have heard that that is between 2 to 4%, but that should not, at this stage, impact on annual plan 2026 to 27 decisions.
But what you are really saying, though, is that legally,
yes,
and legislatively, it won't impact. It doesn't matter. You could still be perfectly entitled to say, hey, I have a view that we should be 2 to 4% or something. What does that mean? And certainly the government is just throwing it out there and saying, hey, we're going to introduce this legislation and all the mechanics of it at some point in the future, but you should be mindful moving forward of those targets. So when we say that you don't need to worry about it for the annual plan, there'll be no legislative imperative to have to do something in the annual plan relating to that, but it doesn't stop you thinking individually or whatever else around, well, what does it mean if you were going to be aiming for something like that. And that's fine, because we can talk about all that side of things through this process. So we just didn't want to give you the wrong message that says, hey, throw it out and don't do anything. No, we're just saying the law doesn't require us to do anything. That's clear for the annual plan. Doesn't mean to say that you might decide otherwise yourself.
And it should be noted that in their press conference with the Prime Minister and Minister of Local Government, they did say that councils are encouraged not to wait until the introduction of the legislation to start planning to achieve lower rates increases. And the Minister also noted that the interim, where he perceives an issue with rates increases, he reserved powers to intervene under the Local Government Act as well. So just a bit more context.
So going forward, if we get a change in government, does it change again? Is it scaremongering?
It would be very uncertain, as you noted previously, as you would have seen previously with Three Waters to Local Water Done Well. Changes of government probably do bring in a very kind of different approach sometimes. The current kind of, I guess, political climate, the commentary around it from the opposition has been fairly negative towards what they've particularly proposed here. Having said that, they've all caveated by kind of saying, look, we are aware that local government rate rises are an issue. We just don't think this is necessarily the right mechanism to deal with it. There would be no certainty. I mean, the legislation isn't intended at this stage to take effect until 1st of July 2029. That's when the full regime would be in place.
It's just all of a sudden they seem to be pulling legislation left, right and centre, throwing them out the door, which councils have had to abide by. So, they're really making a lot of work for our guys, and we always look like the bad one at the bottom end of the pile, but it starts out there.
Election year next year.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. A couple of unpointed. Politically, I would assume that it appears that this is probably quite a popular policy amongst the public. So politically, my guess would be that if there was a change in government, they probably wouldn't touch it. But secondly, as it reads, so there's going to be no rates capping on the water, on the water costs. So it would be an interesting exercise for our annual plan to break the water out and then see how the remaining rates, whether they, just to see where they lie. You know, what still work under that 2 to 4%.
So this will be covered a little bit more in the afternoon, but they have included all sources of rates, general, targeted, uniform annual charges, but water charges and non-rates revenue, so fees and charges, are excluded from a cap.
Would it be fair to say, Simon, it's something you'd like to see moving forward? Directed for the staff to actually.
Yeah, well, just as we work through the annual plan, we can.
Yeah.
It should be able to be fleshed out. Yeah, because I've got a funny feeling we won't. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is it's the government, or any intending government's golden egg, is to have rates capped at 2 to 4%. But in our current climate for the next year's annual plan, it's just a figment of their imagination.
Yeah, but when we pull water out,
I appreciate that. But yeah, we'll
and that's going to be the same for a lot of councils. Once people are going to be a wee bit disappointed when they still have to pay 8 or 10% more in their total bill. Yeah, when they expected this 2 to 4% rates cap.
Yeah.
So,
Any further questions?
Well, probably a comment, but it's probably fair to say that most importantly, probably the 27-28 long-term plan is to start. That's where we've got to start the direction, because this doesn't come into force till 29, but not so much the annual plan, it's the year after that we as political need to start focusing towards that 3%. So the sooner that we implement what Simon's talking about, the better. Good idea.
Yeah, so the through you, Chair, the LTP, year one of LTP will have a totally different rates picture because year one will have the CCO starting.
Yeah.
And the other three waters. So you'll have a totally different base start. And you wouldn't be able to compare really from year to year because you're going to be dropping rates because of that shift, and then there'll be a different set of charges for water outside us. But it's where you would set up for the future, because you've got to then reflect 10 years worth of movement, right, on the new basis. So absolutely, the LTP is where we'll see the impact of that, and what does that look like as a result.
Joel, just one other thing is the regional council, whatever happens there, that could change things too for us going forward in that time frame, especially in the 10-year plan.
Well, again, it'll be interesting because that probably let's not jump to. There'll be a discussion later on those. I think it won't affect the annual plan, but there'll be a discussion later today on those. So maybe we won't do that discussion now, if that's okay.
So then it is a positive that we did do our long-term plan. Like other councils haven't done it, didn't do theirs, so we're like, well done, guys.
Well, it is, we've got some benchmark of,
Yeah.
I'd like to measure how things are going to look.
Yes, remembering the LTP that we did put in place was on the basis of standalone. It showed us a picture, even though things change as more information comes in and things, but it gave us the 10-year picture of staying by ourselves. So that was always a good benchmark to see. So we're right with that, but there's be a separate section later about all that sort of stuff.
Thank you.
So we start getting into the meat and potatoes.
Yep. Not much gravy today, so.
That wasn't rehearsed, was it? Okay, so look, Sharon is there, the team is here in terms of that. The report is in the agenda. I mentioned to you what we were looking for was basically using the 26-27 annual plan figure budgets that we had originally, and then we looked at where we knew there were problem areas in relation to funding deficits or need for additional funding at a significant level, as opposed to just that's some nice stuff. And so the three areas we looked at were water operations, remuneration, and the waste activity side of things. Just from the waste activity side, we aren't prepared. We haven't got the homework done on what that is about yet. It is necessary because it's been running deficits for some time, or it's not operating surpluses, that's for sure, right? And we need to match the revenue and all that, but we also need to be aware of where things are heading with waste, right? Because we are looking to transport out, and there are different drivers around that, looking to reduce the waste, to reduce the cost and things. And so that's quite a substantial change. We need to just make sure that's all balancing and coming to you correctly, so it doesn't show an unbalanced deficit-related additional cost. And that work hasn't been completed. So that'll come through to the workshop next year. So that's that area. That whole area is blank at the moment around, it's only what the budgets currently show. But we're certainly working on the impacts of it and looking to see and minimising there's actually additional cost complications as a result. And so that left a couple of areas, water and salaries. Also, we did redo all the capital project, and we'll talk about that as well in terms of reducing the capital program as well. On the basis that next year is our last year before the CCO gets into play, and the last year before rates drop and the charging regime changes. And it was always highlighted through the LTP and last year that we were talking about baseline 18% as a result. So it was always going to be a challenging final year before we make substantive changes. And also, it made sense to, if we're going to make changes in the capital program, it made sense to try and look at changes around deferring for the CCO as opposed to carrying on spending in a challenging year for us that will be changed by the CCO the year after. So some of those that work around the capital program is about changes to this year's program because it has the impact next year as a result. So there's a separate section on that side of things. So that's just the intro, I think, to those aspects. Sharon, did you want to say anything before we move about what the team's been up to, what the information we have in front of us, and all that before we get into those particular areas?
No, thank you. I think we'll just work through it slide by slide. Do you want me to pass it?
No, you've got a microphone.
So this slide's just showing the directions that we're hoping to get from you today, and it's outlined in the actual paper as well. Okay. This is just going over again.
Sharon, can you hold it closer to your mouth?
Yeah, is that right?
That's better.
I feel like a rock star. Okay, so this is just showing things that are in there currently and just providing a bit of information, like a starting point, like Steve explained, and that our direction was don't change anything unless it's significant. And then just currently 1% of rates is $491,000. So to drop rates by 1%, we need to remove that much. And then where it landed after making our adjustments from the last workshop is at 19.14%, and our rates cap set in the LTP is at 20, so it's just information also. And just confirming that we decided not to change the interest rate at the last workshop, so it's still sitting at 4.1%. And Miles O'Connor from Bancorp is actually going to Teams in at 9:30 to talk to you a bit about that and why, because that was brought up at the last workshop, why when interest rates are dropping is ours not dropped as well. And then just if we move our loan funded projects from 25-26, which we have done for quite a few when the team did the project review, it results in the rate savings. So in that, there's another item following for that'll be discussed. And the project approach will also be discussed in that. And the last point here just says that as part of that, we've removed, there was a 15% reduction of total overall water projects because we historically didn't achieve everything. And that's now been removed because the project approach is different, which will be discussed soon. Okay, so this is the changes made to date as outlined by Steve. So this shows that we've got increased costs for water, increased costs for salaries, but saving from projects. But it meant an additional $616,000 from where we're sitting at the last workshop at our starting point. And also Steve's mentioned we need to look at solid waste, and I'm also waiting on an update from the insurance broker because historically that has had quite significant increases. And yeah, we just want to flag that early if we can.
So before we get into any of the specifics, is there any questions around the report and or what we've got up to so far in terms of any comments or questions that aren't going to be addressed by specific discussion on remuneration, on Three Waters and on capital projects, but just in general or anything else?
Question, Sharon. The rates cap, like as per the LTP, was 20%. Currently, we're tracking at 19.14. Is that after the savings, down below here? Is that with them off?
Yes.
So what was it before that?
18.92. And then we added in the increased water, we added in the increased salaries, and we took out the project savings. So from the original one we started with, it's gone up by $600,000. So that's like over a percent.
So we've shifted up just over 1%.
Yes, because although we made project savings, we also had additional costs going.
And another question, by moving any loan funded projects forward, what sort of a rate saving are we looking at?
The loan repayments on those would have to be $491,000 to save 1%. So if you moved $1 million project, you're not saving $1 million, you're just saving the loan repayment component of that.
We can move forward $20 million.
Which is what
Which
that's
is
where
what
the
we've
1.2 million's come from.
We shifted around.
That was
20 million.
24 million, I
But I'm
think.
talking about another 20.
Well, that's right.
Sorry, also to be clear, not all of the capital is loan funded. Like a lot of the roading stuff is not loan funded, it's reserve funded, so you don't make any rate saving by shifting that. It's really those loan funded projects you do make some savings.
Yeah, can I just ask, on that project adjustments, there'll probably still be some more, I'd say that potentially there's projects like I was at a Kaipau Kamahaka water scheme meeting the other day, and they've got quite a big there's potentially a lot of extra money to be spent on the pipeline, as in $1 million plus extra. But they would have to, if they want to do that, that will have to come, things like that will have to come back in, won't it?
Yep.
But it would be included with it. Are you saying
Well, it won't
additional?
be there now.
No, it's additional to what the current program.
And there could still be several of those with other water schemes too. Potentially, if the schemes wish to do it.
Yes, but the principle will be you always make the decisions.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things that you'll be,
Yeah.
like, it might be fed into this question, and we might be pulling out, 20, what'd you say, 24, 23, 24 million? But we're proposing to pull out of the program already. So a lot of that will be around Three Waters projects.
Yeah.
Because that's the majority of what those will be. They're already being pulled out. So you may choose to pull out more or pull out less. The rural water schemes might be then saying, in addition to that, we want these additional projects. Well, you'll have to decide whether or not you want to, because all those will have a rating impact as well.
Yeah, but they might, if there's a few at that scale, they will push that.
You might also say to them, that you can do that until next year.
Yeah.
You've got to wait for a year to do it.
Yeah, if they wish to do it. Yeah.
Ultimately, they make a recommendation to the council, and you also have to keep below it. Well, you don't have to, but yeah, we've got a 20% rates cap.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be advisable to go
I'm just
above it.
looking at it and just the size of one of them the other day, I think, it's going to add a little bit. If there's a couple there, then
But
it starts to get tight.
if it's not spent this year, it doesn't impact on next year's rates, right?
No.
I'm talking about 26, 27.
Yeah. So that won't change the rates increase because the loan funding of that will kick in the first year of the CCO.
All this savings
It's current year.
is stuff we're changing this year, proposing to change this year, so that we can reduce the impact next year in terms of rates.
So when it goes to CCO for the rural water schemes, and they want to do something in before where they would come in, the loan funding would come through, is that still going to happen for them?
They'll be working with the CCO on the capital programs for rural water schemes.
Donna.
Thank you. So just to clarify, which we can talk further in the report that will be tabled later, originally there was $64.8 million worth of capital projects planned to be delivered this financial year across all of council. We've managed to find $24.6 million of savings where we can either defer, delay, or only do certain stages, which I'll talk in detail when my paper's tabled, which is effectively an approximate 3% rate saving.
Any more questions?
Did you have a question?
Oh, just on that table there, you've got increase in water operation costs of 415. Just, is that referring to this paperwork here?
Yes, and we'll go through that. We'll go through that next.
Just because the figures are quite different.
Um,
And then the increase in salaries at 1.475. Can you just refresh me on that extra?
there'll be that's a specific subject we'll talk about.
We go through them line by line, won't we?
Yes.
After this, yeah,
This is just a summary.
this is the summary. Then we'll go line by line after that. The other areas of significance line there, including the solid waste and insurance. So Sharon, how long, the insurance company that we currently have provider, can they not forecast out forward for us for when we're planning, or?
Yes, that's what we've asked them to do. And so we've actually asked them to start working on our insurance program prior to Christmas this year, because inherently it takes so long because they have to go offshore and it gets split 70-30 between two companies, and we normally don't have it before we set our budgets. When, into July, 1 year we were into September, and we still, that extended our previous cover. So we're hoping to have that by February.
Is the likelihood of that?
Yeah.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the explanation. It's just for Councillor Harrison and Smith's benefit and Rogers. Because they've been known to come back to us with surprises. And the solid waste, where are we at with solid waste?
So that will be sitting with me in the new year with the new restructure, and there's a huge piece of work that needs to be considered for that, because we are having to look at a new maintenance contract. So we're potentially proposing to roll over the current contract for 12 months. At one of our last prior council meetings, it was agreed to give myself and my team 18 months to do a whole strategic procurement review associated with the commercial viability of Mount Coe and the different options that we will bring to council. So we need to do that piece of work whilst also considering what's in the current maintenance contract, where savings we could potentially make, and also consideration of the glass curbside recycling that comes into play as well, which could potentially either bring in additional costs and savings. So it's not a 2-minute job. I've pretty much blocked out my whole calendar for January to focus on that, to get this information to everybody by the February meeting.
Thank you, Donna.
Yes, so we will need it. We will need it in February, and if we haven't got all info, like sometimes we don't have all info, like we're not looking for a 10-year plan. We're needing to understand what we need to deal with for the next financial year, right? So we might need to make assumptions in what that is, but we'll be discussing that in February with what information we can get. Sharon?
Just that Miles O'Connor's online now, if you want to just stop this and talk about the interest rates for a bit, so you can do the explanation.
Okay.
If that sounds, he's got about half an hour.
No, that's fine.
Okay?
We won't need that long.
Yeah.
No, probably not.
So just as easy please. So just so that everybody understands why Miles, well, I'll wait for Miles here so he knows what he's supposed to be saying, right? Hi, Miles.
You there? Miles?
You're muted. Also muted.
He's muted, Vicky.
Here we go.
Can you see me?
Yeah. Hey, Miles.
Hello, how are you?
Good
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Just for the purposes of the councillors, and just make sure we're all on the same page. We debated at the assumptions meeting back on the 13th of November what the cost of finance charge assumption should be for the 26-27 financial year, and we had received some information around possibilities, and obviously there is it's currently set proposed to be 4.1%, and there will be implications if that cost of finance increases, and we know that there was some suggestion that we should be considering that. We decided at the time that we didn't want to just do it based on the papers. We needed to hear it from the horse's mouth, and to be able to question that around the need or necessity or otherwise around what that cost of finance rate should be for our 26-27 annual plan. So that's why we thought we'd get Miles in. I understand that's what we've asked for, Sharon.
Yes, great.
So, Sharon, you've got that latest cost of funds from Sid, have you?
Yes, thank you.
So at the moment, you're using the previous one, what is it, a 4.1% for 26-27?
Correct.
Yeah, that will have risen slightly. I'm just looking at the cost of funds now from when we last presented it, and it's looking more like possibly 4.25, an average, it could be 4.3, 4.4. Now, I had a meeting with Sharon in person and Sharon and Trey and Oscar on Monday, actually in Clutha, in Clutha. And I think the question was raised, well, why is that projected cost of funds rising when the OCR is falling? Is that one of the questions that needs answering?
Yeah, please.
So there's a number of reasons for that. And I was actually reading an article in the paper, I think it was yesterday, and it said, why are some mortgage rates rising when the OCR is falling? And it quotes Brad Olson. I'll send the link through to Sharon if she wants to distribute it, but you can see it on the Stuff website. What's actually happened is the OCR, 2 weeks ago, the OCR was cut from 2.5 to 2.25%. But what the Reserve Bank actually did was that they, in previous OCR cuts, when they made the announcements, for the last year and a quarter, they've mainly said, look, but given a very strong indication that further cuts would be likely. This time they didn't, and they just said that further cuts would be data dependent. So what they're saying there is that we may be at the end of the cutting cycle. Now, the cutting cycle started in August last year when we were at 5.5%. Now the OCR is at 2.25%. It's 3.25% of cuts. That's the second biggest ever number of cuts we've had since the OCR started being used as the primary tool with which to control monetary policy. The biggest one was 5.75 in the GFC, and it actually looked 30 seconds of history. It just goes back to show that the Reserve Bank did get it totally wrong last year when they kept the OCR at 5.5%, one of the highest in the OECD. Now we're one of the lowest because they just didn't realise back in May last year the problems that the economy was experiencing. I mean, everyone else could see it. I mean, we could see it, you could see it, but they couldn't. They were looking at the data. They were projecting the first cut to happen about now. And back in August, they had to start cutting. Back in August, instead of November this year, back in August last year, they had to start cutting very aggressively. But that's a bit of history. But so what's happened now? Now that the Reserve Bank has signalled that the end of the easing cycle is, we're either at it or very close to it, the markets have started to push up wholesale rates because the OCR is totally dictated by the Reserve Bank. The 90-day rate is very closely correlated to the OCR, but wholesale interest rates from 2 to 3 years onwards are dictated by the market, and the market can do what they like with those rates. Now, they're seeing that there won't be any more cuts, so they're starting to push up these wholesale rates. So it's a bit of a contradiction, I know, that some interest rates are falling, like the short-term rate, the OCR and the 90-day rate, but the swap rates with which you hedge your long-term debt or a fixed rate bond are actually going up. Now, there was 2 other contributing factors on that day and Wednesday 2 weeks ago. And one of them was that when they cut the OCR, Australia had a strong unemployment number, a strong inflation number, which showed their inflation going higher, and they may not cut. In fact, they may even raise rates. And the second one was New Zealand's retail sales data came out. Now it was expected to be an increase of 0.6% and it came in at 1.6%. So those three factors combined to push rates up very sharply. And I think swap rates moved up by about 20 basis points or 0.2%. So again, this was the markets pushing up those swap rates, those medium and long-term rates which you used to hedge with, while the OCR was going down. And that has, and as I said, this has been in the paper because people are questioning why are mortgage rates going up when interest rates are going down. And often we say to people, we're asked, are interest rates going up or are they going down? And clearly, yes. And sometimes you say, well, some are going down and some are going up. And here is the classic example of it. One of the other reasons why your cost of funds is increasing, unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, you had the lowest cost of funds of any local authority going back about 2 or 3 years. When I think it was around about, it was in the ones, I think you were 1.8% or so. But you, Closer had to acquire a lot of debt when rates were high, and this is when the OCR was 5.5%, and some of the swap rates were, and the fixed rate bond rates, which we use interest rate swaps and fixed rate bonds, were at 5.5%. We had no choice but to accept those high rates, and that's when your debt did go up very significantly. You were around at one stage, I think, a while ago, you were around about 20 million, and now you're at 156 million, I think it is, at the moment. So it was unfortunate timing. All we did then was we got you the minimum level of fixed rate cover just to maintain policy compliance, but we had the rest of it floating, which has proved to be the right strategy. And that's why your cost of funds is still at 4%. It's actually, I think it's below the average of local authorities in New Zealand that we track. So you are a sort of a victim of sort of your success in that respect, that you had some fixed rates at less than 1% for your debt, and those ones are now maturing, and they have matured and they will continue to mature. We've got 2 or 3 of them left. So those sort of ones are being replaced with a 3 or a 4. So that's combining to, when aggregated, to push that actual cost of funds higher. So that's, I can keep going on. I can sort of get a wee bit more technical if you like, but does that sort of explain what's happened?
Well, also we had a similar sort of explanation, not exactly the same, because there was different timing and bits and pieces in that with our cost of finance for this current year, and we decided to keep it the same as what the LTP had, I think it was, which was 4.1 or whatever, or 3 point something, I think it was, can't remember, but and we were just tracking that, it was higher at the start of the year and it was tracking down this year, for example. So, we aren't too far away from what we decided not to do as a result. So that worked better for us in terms of our budgets this year. But obviously council has to make a decision in terms of, currently the LTP or with current baselining at 4.1% miles. So, with all that knowledge and that in terms of where things are heading next year, are you pretty clear that we should be increasing that cost of finance, which will have an impact for us in terms of our budget?
Yeah. So you're talking about the LTP. Do you mean the annual plan for 26, 27?
Now we're talking annual plan, correct?
Yeah. My opinion is that this increase that we have in wholesale rates is overdone. I can't really see, and I was at a meeting yesterday with the bank and we were talking about the 3 things. I think the 5-year swap has gone up 0.7%, and that's when the Reserve Bank have said and indicated that the OCR will stay at 2.25% probably through next year. It's normal after an easing cycle that the OCR stays at its low for between 12 and 15 months before increasing. But as I said, wholesale markets will push up those wholesale rates prior to the actual increase. I think this move up is slightly overdone, and if it does come down, that will drop that projected cost of funds we can take further cover, which I will be looking to do, in other words, further fixed rate cover, which I'll be looking to do. What I would like to do is to refresh it just at the end of next week, just to see if there has been any correction, and if that's not too late for the LTP, for the annual plan. But I'll get them to update it this morning. Or is Sid sent it through, Sharon, yet?
Yes, Trey has it, thank you.
Yeah, I'll say, okay, you've got that. So we'll have a look at that one, and then we'll have a look at what it's like at the end of next week, if that's not too soon. I think we can finalise it, but I'm sort of thinking that it might be somewhere between 4.25 and 4.4.
Okay, so definitely an increase is being thought about for next financial year.
Yes, that's right, yes.
Okay, we can feed that into the February figures or prepare it for February. So we will just be feeding whatever the results of that is in, unless, I mean, what is the, I mean, I think it's reasonably clear, but what would be the impact if we kept our budgeted figure, Miles, at 4.1 and the cost of finance increase?
What would be the impact? So was that the question? What would be the impact?
Yes, I mean, I think I know the answer to that, but
Well, the outcome would be obviously that your that the actual cost of funds that you would have after, you know, in that 26-27 period would be higher than the budgeted rate if you kept it at 4.1, and if the financial markets didn't have a downward correction to this recent move up that we've had, which I think we will have, the downward correction. And it may be that then, you know, if we do have this downward correction, then we can lock in that 4.1%. One interesting point actually is that over the last 2 holiday breaks, wholesale rates have fallen quite sharply because, and we've had what we call orders in the market at lower rates, which I discussed with Sharon, Trey and Oscar on Monday, because the market's become liquid and moves are exaggerated because the illiquidity and the lack of players in the market, well, the lack of market participants because they're away. So moves become exaggerated, but what it does mean is that it does get opportunities now. I think that, you know, there is a reasonable possibility this may happen, and while the others will be on holiday, and I will be too, I will be looking at my cell phone quite a bit. So there may be that opportunity, and I will be looking at something next week of what we call these orders lower in the market to help that.
okay, so we need to make a decision in February. So listening to you, there is still some uncertainty then as to whether we should be budgeting up or budgeting as what we've got. It makes sense to wait for that February timeframe, and we should be in a better position to at least make a decision in February as a result. That makes sense?
It makes a lot of sense, and I'm actually quite pleased that it's February, that you've got to make that decision. So we can keep you updated on that. And if there are any changes, we can do the modelling for it quite quickly and show you what the effect of it is of any changes in the market. But I'll be very surprised if rates don't come down a bit from here.
Any other questions for Mike? Dane? Tom? That's it. I think it's Jockey and Miles. Thanks very much for that.
That's right.
Thank you, Miles.
Right. We'll move on.
Okay, so what we were talking about just before we shifted across, we were getting ready to, we were just dealing with general questions, weren't we?
Yes.
And then we were going to be heading into the specifics. So was there any more general questions from people? No?
Oh, am I allowed to ask a question on, so what's the average debt level next year?
So it's breaking up a wee bit here. I'm not getting all of the audio. What was the question again?
Oh, no, we were actually saying goodbye to you, Miles, sorry.
It was going in and out, so. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Simon,
I suppose it's quite a hard question. I know that, I won't be able to get an answer. The average forecast debt level next year, like on a monthly basis. That we've got.
We know, we should have a forecasted, because Sharon's done the financial accounts, we should have a forecasted starting balance. And things
You've
like
got a
that.
beginning and an end. I was just wondering to know what it is on average for the whole year, and then you could work out for every 0.1 what rating impact that has. But yeah, we'll do that later.
it's probably important that you and Councillor Capital get to catch up with Sharon and get the portfolio kicking along. So it'd be a good question for her then.
Well, yes, from what Miles has just said, he's telling us to adjust to, kind of giving us mixed message there. Adjusted 4.25, only looking like 4.4, currently budgeted at 4.1, 156 million currently is our debt. So I just use the difference between 4.1 and 4.5, 624 grand just in interest. So, and then now, so do we start using 4.25 now?
That's 1.5%, isn't it?
Or do we overcook it and go to 4.4 now?
Well, a lot of this could.
Like, I understand the explanation he's just given us, Westpac's just increased their rates today.
Yeah, but like you said, mixed messages from me, and we could do work on one figure and then find out if we're going to do another figure.
So to me, I'd actually rather that we overcook it,
Yeah.
because if you overcook it, what could you do? Reduce the debt,
Yeah.
pay down debt at some stage.
Sharon's got a burning, I want to talk to you, Dave.
I did run it at 4.4 as well, and it came out at 19.76%. So that extra 0.3 added like quite a bit, 0.6 to the rates.
Yeah, but he said originally he was making an argument that it should go up, and then he said, oh, but I highly expect it to actually go down, or I expect it to drop. So he actually didn't give us clear picture, and then says, oh, I'll be happier to be able to do something in February. Okay, well, that's fine. And one of the other things that we just have to be careful about is when you say if we better to overcook, the problem, of course, is that that's direct rates related in the sense of you are charging people that amount because that's what's going to go in the figures, right? And then if it drops, you've overcharged people as a result. So now, when we were on a solid footing previously around surpluses and deficits and bits and pieces and things like that, right? That sort of a change would normally have been sort of sitting in the surplus deficit sort of trade-offs that happen at the end of the year. But obviously, we've been in deficit for the last couple of years for reasons we've discussed. So, that isn't such a useful tool to be able to deal with that type of variance. But we do have to be careful that we've been trying to go the other way and not overcook rates. That's the whole premise for why we were knocking 15% off the capital program, because we just weren't doing the program, and we said, well, but you're going to be charged in budget for rates by budget. So we need to wait till February, we're bringing the results of this discussion into February anyway. You're going to make potential changes to things, so we just need to feed that into the February discussion.
Yeah, we're not firming anything up today. It's
Well, I mean, if he'd been definitive and said,
hang your hat.
this is what it's going to be, you need to be doing this, and it was that clear, then, and the figure is 4.25, then we would be saying, well, let's build that up.
So what figures are he coming back with at the end of next week?
Yeah, he's just doing further work in that, but any time between now and February is time where you get more knowledge around what's going to actually impact for the year, because you're closer to that.
And I hear what Councillor Catherwood's saying. better off overcooking it a bit, cover your cheeks, but, I think we can't make any firm decisions today anyway, but it's just something to be mindful of when we sit down again in February to have that debate.
And well, that's the point, Your Worship, is that the discussion gives you an understanding of what the impacts might be if things change. Right? So that's in our minds as we make decisions.
That's right. It's the why, if it does come out of that.
And as a council, we can't hit our ratepayers for savings. Say something else. Can we?
Yeah. So he didn't give us a firm figure to hang your hat on.
But what's gone under budget,
Yeah. I know.
like realistically? So realistically, even if you set it at 4.4, overall, you probably wouldn't overcook it. You're probably still undercooking. So,
Yeah, but I think the point Steve's trying to get across is that we're talking about specific interest rate. We can only rate for that. If it's under or over, if we can't make up the money from another area, we've got to go out to our ratepayers and say, well, we fixed our interest rate based on this information at this time,
Yeah.
at that figure. So whether we make a saving, we still can't spend it anywhere else.
reduce debt, that's right.
So that's the end of the general report. Plus we've addressed that in terms of the cost of finance. So the next thing, so one of the specific movements was the remuneration movement. So we did, we provided quite a bit of information at the LTP around remuneration. And that there was a report specifically on the increase in remuneration at the LTP. And we provided that report and we provided the organisational chart and we discussed where things were heading, and it was an opportunity to look at things and say, well, what changes might people want to make? And we didn't make any changes at that particular time. So we've carried on that basis. I wanted to pick up a couple of key points around what makes up the remuneration. Jock and I had a discussion around some of the questions that he might have been fielding once the agenda went out as well. So a couple of things. In terms of staff numbers, that's the first table. You'll see that that's actual staff numbers, total employees, not necessarily FTEs, but full-time equivalents, but actual headcount numbers. With the notes around what that means as well. 2023 was a big shift year when we brought the 3 waters in-house, and obviously when we compare ourselves to other councils, some councils don't have 3 waters in-house, but although that staff numbers would be included in our staff numbers, for example. So headcount increases. But you'll also see headcount doesn't necessarily explode beyond that. And in fact, we dropped the headcount in some cases. We dropped reasonably considerably throughout 2025 when we decided to put a freeze on replacement, or most replacements other than actual critical positional replacements, which actually ended up with an a headcount reduction for last year as a result of that decision. 2026 is not is proposed headcount as opposed to actual headcount in that sense. But again, it's bringing it back into 2024 figures as a result. So these so headcount numbers haven't exploded in that sense. And you'll see that as recently as 2022, which was in the LTP when we had the big LTP discussions. As recently as 2022, we had the 3rd lowest personnel costs per household in the country. Right. So I'm just saying as recently as 2022, we had the 3rd lowest. So I mean we've never been high in the sense of personnel cost per household relative to the rest of the country, for example. And it is important to understand positions because the staffing report that I put in the LTP, which some of the councillors here were there, it was explained the position we were in, where we were underinvesting in people, and we were in a position, unlike other councils that had overinvested in people and were not replacing people. We had underinvestment in numbers of people, and we needed to be shifting into appropriate investment in people, and that was what it was explained in the LTP staffing report. And it was important to put it in context in that sense. Now, the other table, because it was a question mark around staff, these are not total remuneration movements in the other table. I just want to be clear. These were agreed yearly pay increases that were negotiated in terms of remuneration. So this isn't the movement in total remuneration, because you'll note that in terms of this year's budget, we're talking about a 10% in total remuneration. But there was a question around, the staff salary increases relevant to CPI. Very important at the moment, I'm talking about CPI and things like that. And so, what's being reflected from just back from 2020 onwards is the CPI movements, which you can see, and the staff remuneration annual movements. So the picture that tells, or the story that tells, is that staff salary annual movements has been less than CPI movements, right? And I go back to 2020 with COVID, where staff voluntarily did a salary freeze, 0 increase that particular year, for example. So that was one of the questions that was asked, Joel, wasn't it? That around where do we sit in respect of that. So again, we're just painting a picture that the remuneration that we are talking about in terms of salaries, total remuneration, total staff numbers, like we are not at the extreme end in anything. We started at a very low end. We're more middle of the pack as a result, which we have obligations to be fair and reasonable employers and things like that. So it's important to understand that we're not out in the extremes, and in that sense. Now, the 10% budgeted remuneration movement, this is what we're talking about from this year to next year that's being proposed. The 3.5% annual increase, which is reflected in the March 25 line or row, in that particular table, is in terms of potential salary movement that does need to be budgeted, otherwise you don't have budgets for it. So the balance relates to catching up to the market, because a number of our salaries, you may not believe this, but are below market, and there is a catch-up necessary for that. And so there is, at the moment, we are required by the previous union negotiations to do a job sizing exercise for the organisation and develop a remuneration policy. And that is being rebalanced as we speak. That needs to be done for next year, so it will impact on the following year. And also, we have increased establishment, so numbers have increased, therefore there will be an increase in dollars as a result. And part of that is because we've recrafted again the senior leadership structure, which was and subsequently within the organisation, consequential changes. The senior leadership structure was, an expectation requirement of me to have improved leadership performance within the organisation and direction. And that was one of the performance review targets that was given to me at the last review. And so this is part of what's been done as a result. In terms of again, where we sit, I've followed in terms of those final notes. We're sitting probably where we should sit now in terms of remuneration relative to other councils. It's clear we are above core, but only just in terms of that. Core's smaller than us, right? We're sitting about where we need to be relative to. We're below Central, we're below Waitaki, that side of things. We are remuneration costs. So we're sitting about where we should be. And that's important as to context. What else is there? I think that's probably it. What I've done is in your handouts is the organisation chart, including what we're proposing. It's one of them, 10th of December, in terms of the whole organisation, in terms of its structure. So that's not, it's a separate handout, Councillor. So it'll be in your pile of handouts. And that. And so, more than happy to be talking about, where we go in terms of that. I knew what I wanted to say. Part of the additions and changes we've made, apart from the leadership structure side of things, is we did need to feed in more resources into the business or to the organisation. The evidence as to why that's necessary is there. I have staff in particular areas that have built up 80 days or more of leave accumulated because they can't go on leave. And that doesn't include time in lieu for extra hours worked because they can't take the extra hour work time in lieu. So it's additional to that. So I've got key staff in areas. What that says is there's a number of staff in the organisation that can't take leave, reasonable chunks of leave at all, that they are working additional hours but can't take the leave that's the replacement for the additional hours because they can't be released to take leave. Right? So there's a number of staff in that position, and the leave balances we have reflect that, right? Which is unsustainable. I've had staff that have broken down, sick leave broken down for months as a consequence of the workload and the stress. And there is also, an expectation on me that we have from a health and safety perspective around that side of things I've just been careful about. Well, I've always been careful about, but these are things that are necessary to be able to achieve at the current level. If you change the level of service, then that impacts on staff. But this structure is what's necessary to deliver what we're currently delivering, right? And so that's the explanation. There we go. Happy to then get the questions coming back as a result of all that.
So, just some short summary then, Steve, you're saying we're at where we should be at. We had 3.5% this year, is that correct? I'm saying from that chart there?
What we're proposing for the 26-27 year.
No, so I'm just, you're saying we're at where we should be at when you compare us across the board of local government. So 25 year, March 25 year, we've had a 3.5% increase. We're at where we're at. And then this 1.4 million is representative of 10%?
Yes. Yes, but sorry, what I'm saying is the 10%.
Yeah, I understand. I don't understand why you're saying 10%. Yeah, it's 10%.
Simon.
Oh, was it Michelle? No.
Well, there you go.
Okay,
Did
sorry.
I say Michelle or did I say Simon?
I did see her the other moment. The remuneration table, can you just be clear for me again, that 2025, 169, is that a typo?
No?
So the big shift down and then the big shift up, how's that?
Well, because by the end of 2025, which is June 2025, because we instituted a position freeze where we weren't replacing people that left, right? That's the numbers just dropped. So by the end of that financial year, as a consequence of that, before we started recruiting back up, it inevitably has a numbers to change.
It is a big change. Yeah. And the second question, you were talking about a lot of staff with sick leave. Under those new employment rules, the one that came out from the minister a while ago, don't they have to get paid out from a certain date if you've got a whole heap accruing at the end of the year?
No, sick leave doesn't get, sick leave isn't paid out, it's only paid if you take sick leave.
Holiday pay. Oh, that was sick leave that you mean.
Yeah, so
Annual leave.
the leave balances are annual leave balances.
Yeah, but I thought under those new laws that are changing, that has to get paid out at the end of the year. Am I wrong?
Sick leave card.
No,
And it also depends.
annual leave.
Sharon, I haven't seen.
Currently, if you can get 1 week of your leave paid out a year.
Yeah.
If you get 4 weeks leave.
No, not currently.
Oh, in future.
Yeah, but Brookby Veldon announced a while ago, because this is widespread right through the country, where there's these huge balances of annual leave, that's to be all squared up.
Oh, yes, but if that happens, right, apart from the fact that it'll have a big chunk in a particular year that's paid out.
Well,
Right?
that's what I was asking. Do we know the answer to that? Because that could be another
Additional
jump to what has to go out and sell it. I'm pretty sure that they've been looking to tidy it up, and that's one of the.
Regardless, I don't think you'll find it something you budget for. It should be in the budget already, and that money is sitting to the side. When do we know when people are going to get sick?
The annual leave though would have.
The annual leave is completely different to the sick leave.
Sharon, the value of the annual leave, that's a value that's in the box.
Yeah, but if we had to pay it out.
Yeah, so the value of the leave is in the balance sheet, but in a cash sense, it would be.
Yeah. So we probably need to just be clear on maybe. I think that's all right. There's something coming that we've got to square away.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it, but Michelle. Yeah, Michelle was before.
My question's about all our orange boxes and for the well-being of our council. So we are still advertising positions and trying to fill some of the orange boxes.
Yes, I'm not.
Lessen some loads, if it helps,
Yeah, the HR team's been frantically recruiting a lot.
well-being.
We put a freeze on now. There's going to be a few positions that are advertised over the Christmas break.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's been quite a bit of interviews and appointments and bits and pieces. So yeah.
There's 25 orange boxes there, so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just going to respond to Councillor McAtammany's question. The legislation introduced to amend the employment leave system by Brookman Veldon. The proposal is to, for each 12-month period, employees can now request a cash up to 25% of their annual leave balance. So the current law is that you can request for 1 week. She's kind of made it so that it's 25% of your balance, not 1 week out of every year. The exact kind of mechanics will still kind of be considered. Yeah. At the moment, I will say under that 1 week policy, the employers are actually not required to cash it up. You're entitled to make a request of up to 1 week, but employers do not need to actually
Approved. Thank you. Yeah. So there's not sick leave. This we're talking
Annual leave, but when it changes, they will have to.
Yeah, the way I read it, 25%. So if somebody has accrued 80 days of annual leave, for example, you will now be be able to request up to 20 hours of that to be cashed out rather than one.
There's a number of hands up.
Who else had a hand? Rog?
My question, Steve, is you talk about, overload on staff, not being able to take annual leave or leave for whatever reason. How do we fix that? By employing more people, as Michelle said, I guess is one answer, but if we've got staff that by paying them out, it's not going to fix the problem, is it?
No, that's right, but we did, so post my review and the direction I got from council about the senior leadership side of things, I did the restructure, which was a big restructural change with the org. We looked at all that side of things, and that is what is going to make the difference once the people are in those positions. And we've just re-looked at it slightly because we needed to just deal with the finance area particularly in terms of that. And so there was a minor change around that with additional position to fix that problem specifically. So the restructure is aimed at providing the resources to change that.
Yeah, well, it's not a question, more a comment on the vacancies, and I suppose it's a credit to the organisation that we're not just filling these vacancies with whoever applies. That they're obviously got to be of a certain standard to fill it properly. So it's not an easy task. You could get rid of all those brown boxes in a week.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
So I think it's.
But what do you want to replace those brown boxes with? Skill or less skill?
Well, no, they've got to be.
That's the killer question, isn't it?
That's right. So if they're not there, I think it's a credit to the organisation that we're not just filling them for the sake of filling them.
But skill is the thing we're after, isn't it? To progress the organisation, because as we all know, we cannot live on hope alone. And the staff are exactly the same.
What I proposed for the restructure, which started from last year, and we're just filling now as a consequence, is to fix those that issue and deliver on what we're supposed to be delivering. Now, I'm entirely conscious that things change in LTP year one, right? Because the organisation will be significantly impacted by that transition. And there will be things around stranded overheads and other bits and pieces, and have to relook at that structure to be to match what services we're providing as a result. So, in that. Now, you could say, well, why didn't you just stop and don't do anything until that change occurs? I think my problem as an employer is that we've already got the evidence that anybody could look at it and look at that evidence and say, you aren't doing what you should be doing to address the health, well-being and that of your employees if we don't make changes as opposed to sit on it, right? And what I'd be saying to you is that if you wanted to go down that pathway, then it would be akin to not having people in positions, and we would need to change levels of service as a result, right? So I'm just matching to levels of service and saying this is what we need to do, even acknowledging that things are going to change 27, 28, right? This is necessary. But if you were going to do anything, then my argument is change the level of service, because I don't believe it's sustainable to just say don't employ to the structure.
And I'd like to add to that, the health and safety component of it's one component, but then the ratepayer level of service is the other component too. So where do we want to be as an organisation moving forward? Do we want to be a lower level of service to our ratepayers and a poor employer to our staff?
That's right, and it's expectation as well
That's right.
for ratepayers.
Oh, exactly, yeah, as much as our ratepayers won't like it,
Yeah.
but if we don't do it, we're not gonna be the flavour of the month either, like,
Can't wait.
well, I'm sure we're all aware that there's people out there who've got very itchy fingers and like to get onto keyboards and criticise our staff. And what was the latest one I've heard? A lobotomy or whatever. I didn't even know what it was until I googled it. But one kind ratepayer making comments about our staff like that. Well, my feedback to them would be, well, if you've got the skill, please apply for a job.
On that, what is the skill levels like of because you've got so many brown boxes, are skill levels there in the applicants, like there is the availability of people, or are we struggling to find and fill those jobs?
We've, since the restructure and since the recruitment starting from that, what we're building through for Christmas, and we've had a pretty high success rate. I mean, I haven't got a percentage for you, but I would say that there are very few positions that we haven't been successfully filled with quality people. So we've got a pretty high success rate at this point.
But would having the remuneration package to offer for the positions be of help to HR?
Yeah, I mean, the issues for us, right, is we think it's an attractive place down here, right? But if you're from Auckland or the North Island or something, who doesn't know anything about us, they see a job, they apply, but you've got to get through a whole raft of stuff first to explain what the place is like, the benefits and all that. And you've got to make sure the family's prepared to move. And there've been many experiences we've had where we've got great candidates who didn't talk to their partner, and then the partner decides, or didn't talk to their partner enough, right? And they decide that this isn't the case. So we have advantages, but we also have disadvantages, right? We have to be able to, we're in a competitive market, and we've got to be able to attract.
I can relate to that. I didn't talk to a partner before running for a role. Putting my name to a role. Yeah, not the most enjoyable experience. That's the Graham.
With the transition to the CCO, is the possibility that people at that level won't want to go to the CCO and will want to remain in the organisation, but can transfer to a different department? Is that a possibility, or is that you're not going to know until it happens, I suppose?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be careful in terms of what we say around that. But I just think everybody should understand a general principle would be that if you take a chunk of your service and you put it somewhere else, then there are people directly affected by that are working in that service, and therefore they would naturally go there. If they didn't want to go there, you haven't got an equivalent job specifically for that, so they'd be sitting to the side. You've also got services that you currently deliver that you will lose a chunk of work associated with that too. And so your existing services supporting that may also be affected, right? And so that's what we have to work to too. So as a general principle, it's probably fair to say that the ability to take people directly impacted in that service and put them into, there's no new jobs being created for it. It's going to be impacting on existing jobs. So that might be a little bit difficult unless there's specific vacancies that fit their skill sets. Right. So the point about remuneration is at the moment, this is what we're proposing for the reasons we've explained with the information you have there and the remuneration impacts, right? We've talked a little bit about the why and all that sort of stuff. Okay. I've also said, given the why and given what's in the baseline, the only real change that can be considered is if you're determining changes in level of service, right? Is there any discussion on changes in level of service that we would be going away and doing homework over for February?
Well, personally, I believe we should be striving for the very best we can be. That's my view on things.
Sorry, Jock, when I say, I suppose I had a view on level of service. You're right in that descriptor, but I'm also including, when I say that, I'm including on changes in activities, removing activities, things like that. So level of service change was also activity change. So, because that's the only way things change if you're going to make a change in that sense, is don't do some things. So the point would be, you always have that ability. We talked about it at the LTP, no change then, but are there areas of activity that council wants us to consider stopping, reducing, or whatever?
Well, I'd just like to add there, Steve, how long have you been here?
2014, 11 years into the 12th.
11 years. So if you don't know, after 11 years of experience, how you want to see the ship steered, we are in trouble.
Well, Your Worship, what I'd say is this structure is delivering what we need to be delivering now, right? What the program is, the LTP is, all that stuff. I've explained why we need to put some more people in because of the reasons I've given. So that's set for that. I'm just saying to you, like that's delivering everything that's being asked for under the LTP. What we are putting back to you is if you have a decision to make, if you were going to look to reduce remuneration in that sense, the only way to do that is to stop activities or reduce activities. But you want me to go away and propose activities to stop? I mean, the chart's there. It's swimming pools, it's libraries, it's other programs like freedom camping, which you put into place. Do you stop that completely? Do you? You can't not do dogs, for example. You can't not do building at the moment and things. I mean, you know that too, right? The chart's there, and this is the problem, right, that we face. At the end of the day, materially changing anything is a change in activity. So, do we poor old Mike's sitting there, but do we just take out community, right? Because I mean, at the end of the day, people are saying things, but you have to look at it. I'm just giving you stuff and saying you have to make changes if you're going to make changes. Otherwise, this delivers what the program is.
It's that scenario, guys, that when you go out to your rate player and they go on about the cost, we all know the costs are high and everything keeps going up. But you say to them, well, what do we cut out? Okay? None of them will come back with anything. Oh, yeah, don't go on about a swimming pool. But the basics, they want the basics in their towns. And for people, you say to them, well, what's your core values? I have this debate with my mother all the time. And she'll go, oh, roads, yeah. And water, yeah. Well, we're not going to have to worry about that, which is probably a policy. But, it's those basics. But people still want those core things in their towns of libraries or the hubs. I'm not going to call them a library anymore because they're not a library, they're a hub. The swimming pools, the rubbish to be picked up. That's what they want to see, and a tidy town.
Well,
So where do you, like Steve's saying, where do you chop?
Ratepayers that are going to be more vocal about a drop in the service than they are in a slight rate increase.
Can I just propose, just so we can keep the workshop moving, we've got councillor only time tomorrow. I've made a note here that can we discuss this tomorrow in councillor only time and have that gives us the rest of the day and tonight to think on it, and then after tomorrow we can provide some feedback to Steve to carry forward. You don't need an answer right now, do you?
Yeah, so I'm happy for that, as long as there was something that we would then work on for February, right?
Yeah.
Because at the moment, this is in the for February. If you were to make changes, we want to build those changes into for February. So if you're going to do that, more than happy. It's just that these are those key things, right?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
No, I
So
think we've taken
remuneration.
Yeah.
All right. So you'll talk about it tomorrow a bit more.
Yeah.
We've gone through it. Okay. So the next one then is the Three Waters ops costs. So Linda comes to the fore there. In terms of the principle that we've looked at. And in context, every year we have had a deficit because the budgets had not equalled the operating costs, right? So that's the starting point, and we're wanting to try and look at what that means for next year. But it's interesting what the plan is proposed to be, isn't it, Linda? So if you could start.
Yes, so thanks, Steve, and thanks, councillors. I've looked through our actuals from last year and made some changes, but also proposed some reductions in some of the costs. So I hope you can see
There is a
those
larger
numbers.
version in your,
That's the latest version, yes.
on your A3.
Same
Those four
on the
items.
slide. So some small adjustments to employee membership because I've picked up an engineer from another team. So there may be a contra somewhere else in that budget. Telemetry, those costs are what they are. Obviously, we have remote sites. Even the cost for Balmoral to Tuapeka at $440 a month now going forward, and using that's just a more realistic cost for us. The planned maintenance, so you see that we're proposing to reduce that. It is planned work, it's not reactive, so it's what we choose to do. So to try and limit the impact, we are proposing to almost halve that budget. Ops and maintenance, our
Linda,
actual spend last year
Sorry,
was
Linda, but noting that we did that on the premise that we would fully spend that money
fully spent this year. Correct.
and then in our year before transition to CCO, so then as a consequence of that money being spent, reduce off that planned maintenance in that final year.
Correct. And our ops and maintenance, so that's our general maintaining things like our pumps and stuff. So not when they break. This has actually been proactive. So our actual spend last year was $545,000. So I'm proposing moving that to 600 for next year. Otherwise, we will have an overrun. The way we're tracking this year would indicate that's already the case against the current budget. Our OPEX projects, that is a budget that we have for projects that are delivered during the year, and there's operational costs. So with Balmoral Tuapeka coming online during this financial year, we're proposing that that can be halved for next financial year. Our consumables costs for sampling, looking at bringing that up, that's our tablets for testing and bags and gloves and things, and that's just with how things are tracking this year. Resource management, our budget is probably undercooked a little with that. That's primarily ORC audit costs, so we can't avoid those, unfortunately, or we do monitor what they are charging us. Last year we spent $128,000 on that budget line. Non-routine sampling, so we're looking at reducing that because we're expecting to have greater compliance. So non-routine sampling is the sampling we do when we have an exceedance in our network or a failed result. So we're hoping that we will have better compliance, especially with Balmoral Tuapeka coming online. Our non-routine expenditure, so this is obviously the stuff that is that breaks over the year. So we're looking at increasing that slightly, noting that last year we spent just over $5 million on this budget line. Our contract provides for us to move to measure and value. We currently have a cost plus model. So we're looking to drive that change by 1 July 2026 so that we can get some savings. We also, in that budget line, have around $320,000 a year we're spending on trucking backwash from 2 plants into Balclutha. We do have a budget to buy a vacuum truck, and so we're looking at reducing that cost significantly as well. So that is going to be, I guess, the most contentious line over the year. That is about keeping an eye on our contractors, and other costs, and making sure we're looking for every opportunity to find savings.
Now, Linda, when we work this through, because it won't be obvious to the councillors, is that shows an increase in budget, right? But that amount was actually significantly reduced from that. So what we didn't put in there was like what was non-routine expenditure actual. It's some horrendous amount, isn't it?
Yes, I think I was looking for about 1.2, and I've dropped that back on the basis we're going to find some other savings.
Yeah. So the point was that based on actuals, non-routine expenditure, which is just the things that you can't control, and that is not keeping up with currently what all that expenditure actually is. And if we were going to just match the actual expenditure, we would have had to increase it by 1.2 million. Right, that's quite horrendous figures. And so what we've looked at is ways to reduce that. But I think also, to be fair, and again, it doesn't reflect in this, is that we felt that we couldn't put, the near full amount in the budgets because it would have just been, we're already increasing water budgets by quite a bit. We know that the Three Waters is shifting for a year. And so, some of that may end up being a further deficit, but not to the extent it is this year or the previous year as a result in that particular category, knowing, however, full well that it's shifting to the CCO.
Thanks, Steve. And the lines down the bottom, so consent management software, that's software that wasn't budgeted this year, that got missed. And that's the actual cost for last year. That's something that we're reviewing. We may be able to track that and not use the system, which means we can remove that budget line altogether. And I might know more about that before we get to February. Sampling pickups. Last year we spent 33,000 on this. This is the cost of getting our samples collected from Crown Street and taken to Dunedin to Eurofins. We're actually looking at a process improvement and potentially moving sample collection in-house. So there'll be that saving plus potentially some more that we're looking for out of that project. It hasn't progressed enough for me to see what that potential saving will be. That's using our staff to collect samples and then arranging for transport ourselves. The WSA quarterly levy, so that's the Water Services Authority. We call them Te Mata Arawai, but that's their new name. That's some levies that were introduced or brought into law in July 2025, so weren't budgeted for. We are paying that based on our population, and so that figure of 156 is the current levy level that we're paying. Photocopying was missed, so I've put that based on actuals for 24-25, and we have nothing for legal expenses, but funnily enough we have them, and that's used for just advice on bylaws and other minor matters. So I've put some budget allowance in for that.
Just, I think the other point was just the totals where we originally had remuneration there too, I think.
Yes, I took the salary line out because you've covered that.
That's right. So, yes, so sorry, the totals won't be the correct total because the figure up on the previous slide on the variances will be the total. What was it? 415,587 is the net interchange for that. So sorry about that. Us just playing with the figures that we had.
So what are you saying there, Steve?
So sorry, that total is not correct. That 1.1 mil is not the total of the variations. The total will be the 415,587 that's up on there. That's that we're working on.
But
Sorry,
that doesn't
I took out
include
the
the
line of
salary
salaries, which
Yeah, but the salary changes are in the increase in salary is 1.475.
Yes, but what we'll be putting through to the Three Waters costs will be its share of that 1.4 as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. But we just were dealing with the operational lines because I dealt with the remuneration.
So do we?
So then what's your total for your Three Waters operation costs? Total increase, is the difference
Is that
$1,157,000 total from 21,947,000?
No, it's the one, the two slides before, we said there, 415, 587. It's behind you.
The 21.9 plus the 414, 415, whatever it is. 415.
Above your current budget.
Yeah.
So the 21 includes my salaries, actually. Sorry, I haven't got the number.
Figures in the difference table are 881. Is that $881,000 worth there? So that should that goes on top of that. So that it doesn't matter.
Takes up to 22,363,534. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's right.
881. I don't know where we're at.
Did you get that? 22,363?
No, it's 881,058 if you add up your differences.
Total increase.
That's what it is. So we don't know.
So you're right there, no?
Oh, it's wrong.
Yep. So what's the
Actually, the readings. You're reading a table here with 1,157,000 difference. If you actually add up the actual difference, it's 881. Go on top of your 21,947.
Did you take off the 279 and the 156 and the 29?
No, I just simply added up in the difference. Changes to the budget. The difference column 881.
I've got my spreadsheet here open, sorry. So if I exclude the salaries line,
Updated information.
excluding the salaries line, the difference is 415,587.
So
Straight 5,000 straight away.
And if I exclude the salaries line from the first column, that number is 18619,818.
we said that the total, the 1157 is incorrect. That's not what it adds up to. Right? If you take the difference column, right, there's the minus 279, the minus 156, and the minus 29 to come off those figures. Right? So the difference, that's where we should be getting around the 400 odd.
I'll provide an amended version of this.
Yeah. Without
the salaries in that total.
Well, I'm just looking at it with my eyeballs and just looking and saying, oh, this is, here's what the black says. And you take off the red.
So we're quite confident that the extra cost is the 415.
Yes, excluding the salaries.
Excluding salaries.
Yeah. Yeah. Simon.
You right, Dane? Yep. Simon?
Yep, just a couple of questions on those internal, the others, the makeup of that, and then why have we still got, I used to see these in all the water schemes, the internal water purchases. Yeah, so how does that fit in there now still?
Good question. Can Linda answer that? You know what that is? Internal water purchases?
I would have thought they would have netted off though.
Certainly the
Yes, buying and selling from the schemes.
I still would have thought they would have netted off. Because usually,
I'm not showing you the revenue lines, it's purely expenditure.
so there'll be internal
They
water
net off.
income that should net off against the internal water purchases.
Yeah.
That's how we show the movement between rural and urban and those sorts of things. So there'll still be an expense for internal water purchase, but there should be a revenue line for it as well.
You're just being shown the expenditures.
Yeah, I've been confused about that since I've been on the water scheme about 2008. Yeah, getting there. In the others though, and then the internal others, does that include all the salaries?
It actually includes most of your operating costs. So it's, yeah, well, Linda can explain it.
Oh, no, I can't.
Okay. So, yeah, internal others used to be council overheads and just council overheads when we were under a contracting model. And then underwater operations was all the contractor costs for running the plants. So now, because we've got our internal business unit, we haven't split those costs separately. So it includes council overheads as well as all of our internal salary costs and operations costs and all those sorts of things. So I know that's been confusing for the rural water schemes, but they have seen the water OPEX line reduce significantly and it come through in terms of the internal overheads.
So is there a line missing for salaries in this, over on the, in our full budget, full year budget of 21,947,000?
Yes, because we dealt with the remuneration in total for the all separately, and I just said it was going to be confusing around the remuneration stuff in this budget.
But to be clear,
So what's our current
now,
budget?
it has the existing salaries in it. It doesn't have the increases. So the existing salaries are built into that internal overhead charge. So as Steve mentioned before, a proportion of the 1.475 from that previous slide will come through in due course and be applied to the water area, but it'll be whatever its share is of those salary budgets. But it hasn't, it's been done separate to the water operational costs.
So 21,947,000 current budget, is that including or excluding salaries for that department?
Including current salaries.
Yeah.
But not the increase.
Current budgeted salaries.
But in terms of this table, we just made the mistake of pulling out the line and not having the total, but that's we've explained that. The total needs to be changed based on what we're proposing to you. What the intent of this is just to show you what was budgeted and where are the variances. That's all the intent of the table is.
Brendan, looks like you've got a question.
Me, no, I was just thinking.
Dean? Any further? Rachel, no further questions?
Yeah, just for me, just on the remuneration on that part of the deal, is it fair to say it'll be an average of 3.5 or is it 10%?
Well, it depends on what the if whatever's negotiated, because the annual salary movement is a negotiation, but you still have to budget for it, right?
Yeah, but you're meaning what we budgeted for.
Yeah.
I'd be at least that 10%.
At least 10, okay.
Because there's additional roles within that team and those sorts of things as well.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's, thank you.
Right.
Right,
Okay, so
shall I jump into the principles?
well, so obviously we're going to take as much time as we needed on these big areas, right? In terms of things, and make sure we exhausted the questions or anything else. And Rem, you're going to have a discussion with that in the morning and tell us what the story is. This gives you that basically the picture for the Three Waters Ops is it was going to be, if we're going to be doing actuals, it would have been higher than this. We've done some things to make the increase less than what it would have been otherwise, but that is the picture, and that it's actually very difficult to go in there unless you do zero plan maintenance. There's not a lot of discretion in that, right? Because that's what's being spent, and those are all the line items about what's being spent. So not a lot of discretion in what our ability to do anything with that is, but that is the picture in terms of that variation. As I said, we'll deal with the waste and insurance come up with February and the finance charge. The area we haven't done with, which is going to take some time as well, is capital. We'll need to fit that in when we can. We scheduled for a morning tea and the West Otago straight after that. We can make some time up with some of those other ones as we move into things. We do need to sit down with the capital program, so we might need to fit that around. We've got some external people coming in at 12. We've got West Otago here now, they're due at 11. Other than that, we can play around with things. We can make up time because at the end of the day, this workshop is about the annual plan. The most essential thing is the annual plan. There are aspects of LTP in this, right? But we can always reschedule LTP stuff if we had to. It'd be nice if we can get it done, but we need to get through the annual plans. So, your worship, what do you want to do? Do you want to have a quick break and then do the 11 o'clock one as scheduled?
Everybody happy with that? And our friends from West Otago, more welcome to come.
Okay.
We're all here. Okay, we'll move on to the item number 3. We'll just skip forward to this, to Melissa and Mike, and warm welcome to Robert and Hans from the mighty West Otago.
Cool, thanks, Your Worship. So I've just been given strict instructions to cut to the chase, really. So I'm happy to take the report as read, and but just to introduce for those who don't know, and Levin and Rob Kane from the Governance Committee from the West Otago Communities Centre. Also got Melissa Ellison. Some of you, I think everyone may know Melissa, but she's the new Libraries Manager as well, who's had some input into this report as well. So just the other thing to note is that, that we now have the rates impact information as well, which we didn't have last week. So that's included on page 40 for the 3 different funding scenarios that we've included in the report. So Hans, did you have anything you wanted to add before we cut to questions?
The only thing to add is probably we have a pricing of 3 million from Greens, but in addition to that, there is still a few other items. Still, that's still under the type 2 fire alarm system. The Greens are still hoping that either we can make it work with that, or else if we reduce numbers, maximum numbers in the hall, we can keep it type 2 fire alarm system. So I mean, that's probably another $100,000. The Greens have also, they put in a 5% contingency in their costing, which is 140. They've also recommended that we do the same. Then we've got, obviously, we've got council consent fees. We've got contract works insurance. So potentially the 3 million by the time we add those is probably sitting 3.25 or depending on where we wind up. And then of course it's also the inflation to deal with obviously over time, if there's any. But they are pretty detailed plans and they're pretty confident in their pricing. So I think we can safely assume that the number we've got there is the best estimate.
The fire alarm issue is really around the one-off occasions when we do have huge number of funerals in the gymnasium part of the building that we go over numbers. And so that's why we've got to work our way through that process, whether we're type 2 or type 4.
And they're
going to type 4, the additional ongoing expense that will take. Working our way through that.
So just before we jump into that, Sharon, is it possible to rejig the figures on 3.25? 4.25. No, 3.25 million. Yeah, the total amount. In here we've got 2.5. We can, if we could throw some, just quickly. Dean.
Sorry, Your Worship, just the total project cost, whether it was 3.3 mil or 3.25 mil, we're interested in what is the council contribution towards that cost.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those chunks are probably not going to change. That 1.542, so that wouldn't change.
The only thing that would change would be the percentage of our contribution.
Yeah. So what would our contribution be at 3.25?
It would still be 2.52 or 1.5. The point we're actually needing to check before we get to the questions bit is, I know the table talks about this, but how does council get to a position of determining or identifying for consultation, what are the logical council funding options, like contributions? Because you could do a direct cost thing and say, hey, of our project, the direct cost of the library related side of the changes is going to be X amount of the 3.25 million, right? You could calculate what that is roughly, square meterage or something like that. My understanding is why there's some differences there is that somewhere in there is the direct cost of council, and somewhere in there is additional to the direct cost of council as a contribution from council to the project, right? And so potentially ratepayers or people asking questions on the contribution might need to know, or probably would like to know, at least understand what the direct cost might be, and then what it is that's being asked as additional contributions for consultation. Is that something that we don't need it now, we need it when we consult, we need it in February-ish, March-ish when we come back there. But I mean, it's not a surprise, nobody's hiding anything.
No.
We know that, but I'm just thinking a logical thing that people might ask is, well, what's council up for directly, and then what is it that we might be contributing indirectly as a result?
Well, we just say indirectly, how do you mean indirectly? I just missed that part.
Well, unless, I might be wrong, unless the 3.2 million is fully,
I see, I'm with you, sorry.
fully as a result of the library shift, right? If it was, then council contribution should be 100%. Right?
Yep.
Right, but if it's a proportion of that, as per what is actually the build costs and that relating it, how you can attribute that, that could be known, and then, but the project would like additional funding, as you would do for other potential projects.
I see exactly what you mean. So originally, when we came with funding assistance, we had pretty concrete pricing of around about between 1.2 to 1.3 solely for the community centre, exclusive of the library. So everything else has been generated by the reconfiguration to include the library. Is that much the number you were looking for?
Yes, I'm just saying that we might want to be clarify that for the consultation.
Yes.
And then, because there's a difference. We should be paying at least the minimum that we're apportioned to us, and then know if we're being asked for a little bit more than that.
Yep. Sorry, just to clarify, the other reason that's probably useful is libraries are funded differently to the community services rating areas. So there may be a different special funding between the library component and that additional one that you're talking about, Steve. Just looking at that rates impact.
Yes, why we need to know the direct costs that we should be up for.
Because the library's district-wide, whereas the other component's 50-50. So it'd be a bit rough for the Otago to be paying for all of it on 50-50 when everyone else's libraries are funded a different way.
I mean, I think the other thing we don't want to overlook is the fact that we have already spent just under $1 million on the building already. So if you look at the total percentage of the project cost, that extra $1 million also needs to be included in that, because it actually increases our share of the total stage 1, 2, 3 combined cost.
I totally agree. We just need to have clarity so that we understand that. I think the purpose of this one is to get principle.
Yep.
And an idea that we want to go out this annual plan, don't we, to get a decision from council as to for the project certainty, even though none of the rating impacts are seen until 28, 29, right?
Yep.
We all clear? Yeah, Dean.
Going back to your fire alarms, your type 2 versus type 4. At the present time, what is your capacity of people for type 2?
So the original fire consultant did a report of up to 250 people for type 2.
So the other way of looking at it, and they had this problem with Waihola Community Hall when it was redone, a bigger number, if you had fire marshals on call, you would still have your original capacity, but for occasional times, if you put fire marshals in, say, a funeral or something like that.
Fire wardens,
Yeah, fire wardens.
Yeah.
Then you may still go back to that original alarm system.
It sounds exactly what we're looking for.
No,
We reckon there's got to be a system for, and one-off
Is that
funerals, where you have a large number.
Yes.
Why do we have to put in this system for 365 days when we need it 2 days a year?
Yeah, so
And there may not be two, it's only
It comes out of the fire exit doors and fire wardens and fire alarms.
and that's the information we need to look into.
yeah,
Because type 2 is
which could save you a big dollar.
huge. With you on that.
Cool.
And then our other big issue with fire alarm systems is what is our additional maintenance cost of the type 4 annual maintenance cost for a type 4 system? Because to be quite frank, and like all our community facilities, the margins are pretty thin just to stay operationally viable. So, if all of a sudden you're looking for another 5 to 10K, then as far as I'm concerned, we're better without it. to do whatever we're going to do.
Yep.
Simon?
Yeah, although this is early days, looking at this, around the funding options, we don't want to get too bogged down on the loan repayments and rating costs, because one thing we actually haven't looked at is the possibility of using investment funds as a contribution instead of loan funding. And that's I'm not saying that's for today, but it's there as well.
You, Simon.
Coming from me. Yeah.
You okay?
It's a new term. It's a new term.
Dane?
So is it fair to say that you actually, the council contribution is actually realistically, you're actually thinking is the full 3.2 million, isn't it? No, not doing that at all. Because we will obviously be applying for a number of grants. We can't do that until we've got a fixed support here with a fixed number to put in there. And the community centre itself has still got some of the money there. Well, some of the little bit of this being eroded with extra cost for the plans, but we've still got probably 150K sitting there. The biggest difficulty is if we, let's say for argument's sake, we said, oh, well, we'll guarantee you $1.5 million or 2 million. If we can't make the balance up with grants, money, we're basically at a
Sure.
So for us, I don't know how you word that, but we're probably looking for up to the third figure of 2.5 to give us certainty that we should be able to get it across the line. It takes that risk of not being able to.
Why we've done the project over 3 stages, to our big people we've gone for sponsorship, they know we're coming back, and they know we're coming back for large sums. We always said that this would be the largest one of the three stages. This was the expensive one. They know we're coming. We expect within our district to come up with a reasonable figure. But hey, anything over 2.5, up to 2.5, we're going to. If it's under 2.5, we're going to struggle.
So
we think we can do the rest part.
Have the big funders giving an indication?
You can't go there until you've got
Yeah.
answer that.
Yeah. I mean, I keep in touch with the Lotteries Commission, Internal Affairs, and the Community Trust South, etc. And yes, they've been supportive of the project all right from the start. But for us to give a concrete figure of what they're likely to give us is. Yeah. But having said that, I mean, I would expect that if we can motivate some fundraising within the community, we can do between 1,500 shillings for the rest of the program, I think. To add to that, community board will be chasing me for a little bit of assistance.
No, I understand, and that's a great project and got a lot of headache. I do understand that.
Yeah, and it just makes me a bit nervous. We're sort of looking for an up to figure, not necessarily even a figure. So if we can't make it, that we're not stuck because we're a couple of 100,000 short. Because where's that going to come from?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say, I'm involved in a few things. Anyway, the Lawrence Chinese King, they went to LEH recently and they were given a figure to apply for. So, and that was 2/3 of the project cost of that stage. And they said, well, this is what we're prepared to support you to. And way me down, they were successful for that amount, which is really, really good actually. It surprised me. But so, yeah, just maybe if they gave you an indication.
Well, they have said to me what I should apply for.
Okay.
So that's the Department of Internal Affairs.
Yes.
But obviously, the liaison lady obviously can't guarantee that.
No.
Put that in with a bit of luck.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're figuring that in the back of the head without making any promises.
No, you've answered my question. Yeah. So you've got an indication. So that's
I think the point moving forward would be for February, as we firm things up, getting an idea of how all that comes together, or what the actual questions will be, and the impacts of that side of it. The point about this was Does council have a view that we shouldn't be at least consulting on this? Because that's the point, and that as opposed to making decisions on the particular thing, it's really more a decision around understand the project, understanding what's being looked for, and that consultation will involve this sort of thing. Right? The point and the direction for council will be, yep, that all makes sense. Yes, we should be including that to at least be consulted upon, and we can firm that up in February. Or you have a different view.
Well, can I just ask a question? Could be a real stupid one. But I remember Hans coming last year and talking to us, and they want a level of commitment from the council so they can progress with their funding. And you can't go any further until you get that commitment. Is that right?
Correct. I've got to hang a dollar about on it.
Yeah. So how do we get it sorted out so they can get on with their job and we can get on with ours?
Well, we've got to go to consultation
first.
We're going to go to consultation?
I think we all agreed,
That's right.
Your worship, was that the timing works in the sense that it was well understood that we can give certainty by a decision at the end of plan. So you're not being asked to give certainty now to anything. You're being asked to determine whether we're going to put it to the annual plan for consultation, because by the time we get to May for decisions, that's when certainty will be given. So it was always part of the scheduling, right, that council would take this to the annual plan,
yes,
make a decision, and that's the certainty they're looking for. We looked at the timing, and that would be fine. That was going to work. We're right with that.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
Does that work for you?
Oh, yes. The only thing that doesn't work for me, or for us, is for some reason it doesn't go ahead, because then we go back to where we were. And then
still come back and see it.
yeah, but that means we're going through the same old process again this time next year. And I'm afraid by that time I may be the anti-aircraft position, which I'm dangerous, because it just goes on, and instead of being 1.2 or 1.3, we're 5. So I don't know how we get through that.
So I'll ask another stupid question then. Why wouldn't we agree?
I've got no idea.
We can't find a negative, but we do know as the organiser, we can't wait much longer, or we will not be allowed people in our building because of the variation on the part of the route that we have.
Yeah, I get that, but
Your worship, I think Steve's point about the library side of it, per square metre, that sort of thing, I think that's going to be a big help. We know that figure. Okay, so there's a starting point for us.
Yeah. So how long is it going to take to get that figure?
Well, it'll be done for consultation, your worship, because anything we do, any contribution has a rates impact, right?
Yes.
Potentially, or at least we're determining something. So it has to be consulted on, and we've already looked at it and said the team's happy, staff are happy. We propose putting it forward as an annual plan thing, and but when we do these things, we talk now so you understand it, and then we put it out for consultation.
That's why I'm asking the dumb questions.
It's got to go through that process.
Yeah, we've got others in the room that it's all new to them too. So.
Yeah, so I mean, for those that are not familiar with facilities, the roof basically naked. So, and so the whole roof structure has to be replaced regardless. Which is how this one is.
Not good for a 30-year-old
Yeah.
building. But it is naked. We've had a lot of people on top of that roof that know a lot more about building. So we can't fix it.
It's better than the Clifton Valley schools.
Roger, say it all. We're happy to move on.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm happy. It's just consultations. They want 2.5 million. That's the consultation. That's basically updated. That's it. Yep. And then if it comes back, anything else that we risk not being able to proceed. Yeah. And then the public would have thought. And if we don't need it, I'll decide. If we get carried away, we raise too much money, that's fine. We can always have a big argument for balance or something. Give it back. Steve really wasn't back.
If you do that, tell me the secret.
Well,
we can always up to 3.5. But what we'll do is we'll be working on this stuff, give you a clarity around what it would be in terms of actual consultation. February.
comment to that, Steve, was from the conversation that's been had here now, it's not up to, it's the minimum that they need.
Yes, but
That's what you want to be consulting on.
There's still a float at the top though, we were not sure.
Yeah, if you took, so the maximum that's being asked for, the maximum commitment being asked for is 2.5.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you consult on. But you'd also, you'd want to be efficient about this, and you'd be wanting to say, like if they were hugely successful in fundraising, right? You would want to be having that ability to see whether there's a potential offset and scale back on that 2.5, right? So that would be fair for it, or at least prudent for us as a result, right? But it does give them the ability to go ahead as a consequence of that commitment, right? So that's all we're saying, is that there would be an aspect of that.
But the same as Bruce Facilities Trust, until you get a green light from council, you can't apply
Can't
for
do that.
fundraising.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
So in the back of my mind, I'm saying, okay, if we can do, say, 500,000 in total through fundraising and grants, etc., in the next 12 months, and then by the time we've got our money, I can pitch it with the community board if they've still got some left, and then, you know, you can near enough to get over the line. So, you know, it's achievable, but if anything less than that, I'm just saying, if we get a bit more, we can.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's still, I guess, there's additional landscaping costs, there's all sorts of stuff in addition to the basic landscaping that's allowed for in here, which I think is about 40,000, 45,000, which is, you know, that's a runaway pretty quick.
Okay, so we're happy with that, and we carry on?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the direction. Thank you, team.
Okay,
We'll
great.
get moving over Christmas.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike. We are gonna, no, so, we will shift to capital projects, so we can get on with that. You'll be back for the 12 o'clock, mate. Is that right? Right, so we've got the whole section now on capital.
Capital, we got finished in the agenda item Friday.
Yes, we've just got some people coming in at 12, but we'll pause at that point and continue again after
Session
lunch.
2, capital.
Oh, no, you're going to explain this massive number of handouts and what they mean, and
I sure can.
yeah.
Wait for them to get organised.
Was it in there one? Yep.
This easy one.
Right, let's get on with it. Donna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I have been requested to put forward a strategic approach going forward for capital projects in light of information that we have. So I thought what I'll do is I'll just high level talk you through the report, which I'm taking as being tabled. I'd also requested that we provide line by line of our projects in discussion, so that if you have any questions relating to each specific project, I can answer those for you. And bearing in mind that this report is a lead-in report really on our proposed strategy to then align to tomorrow's council meeting in regards to the carry forward request for capital projects. So a bit of history. So currently in this financial year, there was 106 capital projects proposed to be delivered across council. Now today, I'll only be talking about the capital projects that fall under my team's portfolio. So by that I mean anything that's with IT or with Three Waters operations team, etc. I won't be discussing. It's just purely projects associated with my team. The project management team, as you've seen from the organisational structure charts, we currently have some gaps. We're currently recruiting for those and we have put offers out. However, realistically, the new team members, one has accepted and one is still pending. They won't be starting until January of this financial year, in which case, realistically, we've really only got 4 months remaining of the financial year once those new team members get inducted and come up to speed. So currently in the project management office, excluding myself, but including the manager of the project management team, there's only 5 team members. So as you can do the quick maths, 106 projects divided by 5 is unsustainable. Historically, if we go back in time in the 2021-31 long-term plan, it had been reported that for the 2019-2020 year, Council had only delivered 39% of proposed capital projects, and my understanding is that had been sort of the reality of project deliverables for a couple of years. And I just put in the little snippet from what the 21-31 long-term plan, just to give you that evidence to support what I've stated there. With that in mind, Council came up with a strategy and a decision to recruit for a new capital delivery manager, which was actually ultimately myself that was successful at that time, with the intent to be able to achieve 75% or greater than capital project deliverables. I'm pretty pleased to advise that for the past 2 years, my team had been delivering on average between 76 and 80%. But what that does do is it comes with risk. One of higher loan funding, which potentially impacts your future year rates, and also potential burnout of team because of work volume and loads.
Third risk, issues with delivery of the project because of that approach that we've got.
Yep, so thanks, Steve. So yeah, the third risk is the fact that because we're trying to deliver a high volume of quantity, errors, you're exposing yourself to errors of things potentially being missed or not being the time to scope or fully get into the real detail. Due to the current commercial market and physical location of Clutha, along with the heavy workload, it has been challenging to retain team. We've had a number of team that have joined us outside of the Clutha district, commuting, for example, from Dunedin, and after a certain time frame, they just get really tired with a 2-hour commute daily. And if we're not meeting the market for salaries, which Steve's indicated earlier, realistically, why would a team member continue a 2-hour commute each day when they can actually reduce that by staying employment in Dunedin, getting more work-life balance and getting a higher salary? So last financial year, the project management team was requested to slow down delivery of capital projects to assist with future year rate impacts. So the proposal that we're doing now to councillors for the workshop today for discussion is that we actually slow down delivery of projects for these 3 main reasons. One reason is to allow the team to have quality time invested into each individual project, to allow more time to slow down and consider strategically all aspects. The team do that. I do want to clarify that. With the volume that they're delivering, they definitely do. It will also significantly help with your loan funding in future years. So I did calculations, and through the report you can see what we were showing currently of the current count with project managers per project, and you can see there even myself as a group manager, I'm actually managing one of our largest projects as well now, which does take a lot of your time, but I had committed to doing that for the community to help reduce costs. As far as trying to get external project managers to cover that, that's the Elsie Stewart Community Library and Pool project. We've given a breakdown of the dollar values of this financial year only associated with those projects to give an indication that we're talking of $56 million this financial year only associated with those projects. And Within this handout, what we're proposing in this year is to slow down deliverables, where a number of projects we will continue to get to the, what we call the design phase. So that's the project managers will still work closely on the scoping, the planning, concept design, detail design, and then deliver 63 projects to continue delivering this year, with the knowledge that depending on the delivery process within implementation, we will be requesting to carry forward a number of these over. So in this lovely big handout here, you'll see the row under ISD Project Management Office, 17 projects. A number of those don't have a budget value beside those, because those are projects that are currently delivered this year. And until we have full visibility closer to year end, we won't know the exact amount that will need to be carried forward into next year.
So sorry, you were just talking about in the big handout, you're starting off at session 2. Are we on page 22 for that?
Yeah, sorry, yes. 22 shows the 26, 27 planned projects for delivery by reducing and deferring some projects, a number of which are our full water projects. We sort of strategically looked and considered what are the urgent, most critical projects that need to be done, and those will remain. The others that we think we can slow down to design only and hand over to the CCO, we're proposing that as the approach for the 26-27 year, and in this year to slow down delivery as well, which would then mean that those projects that aren't completed this year will be carried forward into next financial year, and to finish those and then carry forward or defer the majority of 4 water projects to hand to the CCO. It doesn't make logical sense, in my view, to stop transportation projects, because we get 67% funding from NZTA, so that has the least impact to council regarding rates. It makes logical sense to slow down the 4 water projects that has been considered from an operational perspective in conjunction with our 3 Waters operations team to not have the highest priority of need. And on that note, I'll hand it over to you for questions.
Sorry, just to help though, in terms of the councillors, in terms of there's 2 different sort of charts here. There's a strategic approach 26, 27, there's another one.
Yeah.
For council to understand, okay, so you've got some things, can project be deferred? No, okay, well that's pretty clear. Council could look at a line item and go, okay, well I disagree with that or whatever, and they can ask a question about it, right? For those. Equally, you've got you're following on that same thing. You've got can project be deferred? You've got design only. Again, council could look at that. That's fine. Yep. You've got a maybe, and then you've got nothing in the column further down around some of those other projects. Does that mean they've been deferred? They're not being deferred. I'm just trying to get an understanding for council.
Yep. To
work their way through and understand what you've done. Yep. And then how does that? Again, I didn't quite pick up either the explanation around the IT project management office, what that means in relation to any decisions they might take. So you just help council and me with how they review this, so they can agree or disagree or whatever they want to do.
Absolutely. Sorry. So let's go back to the big chart. Councillor Kennedy's looking at me. Let's go back to the big chart, page 22. Yep. So we're all on page 22. Yep. Right. So you'll see there's a column heading, can project be deferred? So these were the discussions that we've had internally with 3 Waters operations team, my project management team, asset management, and where we've got the no, we don't believe we should defer those projects. So then if you look under the group of activities as well, this will help to explain it, which is the second column, where the majority of these are no currently at the top, are transportation projects. To me, it does not make sense to defer those because we get 67% funding from NZTA. Then you've got where it says water, whether it's stormwater, wastewater, drinking water. Our operations team has said, no, we don't want to defer those. We see this as critical projects that are required to be delivered. Then as you carry on through, you've got community services and internal services, which is like your motor vehicle fleet renewals, replacement. Community services is like your libraries, your pools, anything that the community housing is an example. If we flow over to page 23, again, under group of activities, and this is the critical part that will answer a lot of the questions lower down the page. If you go to the column that says PM and you feed down there, a number of the projects where we're not showing the budget values under the last column on the right, which is the ISD Project Management Office. These are being proposed and agreed by operations to be delivered by the operations team, because you can see they're a lower financial significant value. It's really more what we would class as like minor capital projects that operations can successfully deliver. So that's the first aspect. Then going back to the last question that Steve had, where I've identified in the last column, and I know it's ISD Project Management Office, 17 projects. We're only showing the budgets that will be proposed for the 26-27 financial year as a new budget line item within the LTP. Where the lines are missing under the project management column with my department, it's because they're currently working on them this financial year, and we'll be proposing to carry forward dollar values of projects that have not been physically completed by 30th of June this year. And at this point in time, it's an unknown dollar value because we're too early in the construction season. For the new councillors, our construction season normally kicks off September, October with the good warm weather, particularly in roading for ceiling projects. And by March, April, a lot of them start slowing down as well, again, because of the weather starting to change, again, predominantly with roading projects, specifically with reseals and renewals. Other projects can continue, but it's crystal ball glazing at this early stage to determine how much of a carry forward value would be required.
When you've got design only and then your capital amount,
yes.
When you do design only, is that like 1% of that amount, or what sort of?
It sort of depends on the significance of the project. We do normally, as a rule of thumb, for professional services associated with designs, we normally allow 10% of the total budget for professional service costs. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's a little bit more, depending on the complexity of the designs, and depending on, because we do a concept design stage, so that's like your big picture design. Then we sit around the table with our operations team and our asset management team. We all review it, and we get sort of on the ground requests and considerations. We then go back to the professional service provider and we say, hey, we want to add some extra lights. We want to add an extra exit, as an example. Then that gets into the detail. So it's a more complex detailed design.
And then that design only can be there for 5 years?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, before you do that, just checking, you've got a second set of figures in the second bit, which is the budget adjustments. And they look like they're the same projects, or there's in that sense. Is for council's understanding of the impact on the 2026-27 financial year, which is to deal with any changes you make to this year's program.
Yep.
Is that the section where they're looking at the changes that were made? Is that the bit that affects the budget?
Yes. So on page 25, that's the projects that were programmed, that's the 106 projects that were programmed to be delivered this financial year. So page 25, the 25-26 financial year, which is the year we're in now. When we worked through that, originally we had planned, of the 106 projects across all of council, there's a total of $64.8 million of proposed projects, of which for the projects that my team deliver, work through it with operations, asset managers, we believe by deferring some of these projects, by slowing them down and only getting them to the detailed design phase or deferring them into future years with the knowledge that we may be handing them over to the CCO, this year we can make $24.6 million of budget savings, which will equate to 3% rate impact savings for next financial year.
Which is on that major variance adjustment on one of the earlier things. So the point being, Donna, the focus for council for the 26 budget impacts is if you want to make any further changes, it's in that page 25 onwards.
Correct.
Affecting next year's budget.
Yes.
We've already taken things out. You can see what's in there. If you want to suggest something else, that's what you'd be basing it on, because that has a direct impact for 26.
And feeding on from that, if the councillors decide to keep projects in, that will also have a negative impact on those potential savings.
Well, Donna, I've just got a question for you. Sorry, so deferred until earlier next financial year until sort of Southern Water Done Well is established. Because I go through this, there's 106 no's. The reason I'd like to know for more detail is the why. Why we've got no there. In brief, a short summary, why is there a definite no? I've realised some of them are the rating apart from them, but why the no?
Yep.
Why can't they be deferred? And the other question is, delivered to detailed design only stage, why would you even go to that point? Why would you deliver to detail stage when we've already got 106 no's? And why would we do any project implementation if they're not going to go ahead? Because you're 7 staff short in your department already. So if we can't fill those roles, we're not going to get the work done anyway.
So through you, Worship. So firstly, I'll answer the last question first. So I mentioned earlier that we have been recruiting, and I've definitely have one team member that'll be starting on the 12th of January. We've put another offer out to another potential team member, in which case the project management team will be at full complement for project managers. And as I mentioned earlier, those new team will need to come on board. They're senior project managers, so my expectation is that after 2 to 3 weeks of getting sort of their feet under the desk, they would definitely be able to start working on projects.
Yes, but look, we're looking for cost-saving measures moving forward for the 26-27 budget. And if we can defer, we'd be fools not to. Because we've got an expectation on us for our constituents to lower that impact.
So Donna, if you look at project phase, right, the way to cut through that, you look at project phase, if it's an implementation, it's in the column. So page 25 of your thing, which is what we're talking about, budget impacts, right? What they've done is it's a set of principles, right? If we're implementing a project, we don't have an ability to defer it or do something, right? It's an implementation, it's been tendered, scope designed, it's actually being built, right? So you can knock out anything that's an implementation. Most times you would say that that's why you can't defer it, right? If it's in if it's closing, again, similarly, what does closing mean, Donna?
So I can talk you through, yeah, correct. So if we're in implementation phase, as Steve has correctly stated, we have a contract out with the contractor, so we're contractually obligated and committed to deliver that project. So we can't stop it. If you chose to stop it, you would have financial impacts associated with that, significant impacts, because the contractor is legally entitled to lay claims against that. That's the first comment. If a project is in closing phase, it's currently been implemented and we're now in what we call the defects liability period. So again, for new councillors, we normally allow a 12-month defect liability period. So whenever you build anything new, you have teething problems, niggling problems. It might be that things need tightening. They might decide that when a pipe was laid, that a collar around the connecting of the pipes was loose, all sorts of little bits and pieces like that. The contractor is liable to come back, make those corrections at their expense. So that's what closing is in, yeah? If we're in, so I'll go right back to the very beginning now. Very beginning of a project, once we've got the project brief, is the scoping phase.
Sorry, Donna, just for in case of time, yeah. What we'd probably highlight is, even though we've looked at them all, right, the ones that you could potentially change would be design, scoping.
Scoping.
Could we change tender?
Tender means we've actually gone out to tender and we're doing the evaluations. You could stop them. The problem with doing that, and again, this is council decision, is that it's bad blood with the contractors because they're looking at proposed work coming forward. It costs contractors thousands of dollars to submit a good, strong tender. And then what then happens, the negative impact with that, is that contractors will no longer tender with us, which I believe was a situation a number of years ago, because we don't follow through on what we say we're going to do.
So design, scoping, and the other one is investigation. That's can you potentially stop that?
Correct.
Okay. So the point we're probably making is when you go through the list, right, then there could be valid questions if you see design, scoping, like we've looked at it and said, it might be design phase, but we think we still need to do this, right? But those are valid questions you can have. And I would just be suggesting that you focus on design, scoping, investigation. If you've got questions around the necessity to have it, that would make it so much quicker for you.
That answers the why.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your worship.
Sorry,
Is
go.
there-
Sorry.
Is there a risk if we defer some, that we end up spending more money on fixing the reason why we defer it, why we're replacing it, like water pipes, for example, blows out, but half
Yes.
the money spent on fixing it,
Yep.
whereas we actually spent that money,
Correct. It could be an operational expense versus a capital.
different budget, but yeah, still there's a risk.
And part of our trading offset was the view that we're losing 3 waters in a year, right? So we took some hard viewpoints around should we be putting a whole lot, like where we got to is that we had to put a lot of investment in because we were under-investing for a number of years. We put a big chunk of that. And if you look at Southern Waters and those other investigations that were done, what is pretty proven is that we've actually put the capital works in ahead of Central Otago, ahead of Gore, who are yet to put in the capital works programs, right? So we've been putting that in place. That's why debt's gone up and all that sort of stuff, right? So we've already put a chunk of that. So our viewpoint was, if we've already done that, okay, you can continue in that vein, which is what the LTP was doing and all that, or you could look at the situation with the CCO and go, frankly, next year is going to be a problem year. We need to be doing something. Here's something we can do. And so let's trade off that 1 year and shift it to the CCO.
And just on top of what His Worship raised with a number of no's that we couldn't defer, is a number of the new projects are in the full water space are required for compliance needs to ensure that council is compliant, or the three water operations team and their asset management team have identified that those other projects, it's critical to do capital renewals, otherwise your repair costs potentially could exceed the capital investment.
Right, so that was enough of our ask.
Yeah. So the next question then is, if we go through this list and come back and propose to you that we look at the ones that we've highlighted, it's not a big issue.
Through you, we can absolutely do that. I just do want to advise we've gone through it 4 times and we've asked the questions 4 times of Three Waters operations. Is this critical? Is this essential? Can we stop it? Can we defer it? But more than happy again.
Yes, because the point is that the elected members haven't had that explanation. We've done it internally.
Yep.
So we think it's robust, but it needs to be questioned and answered.
Yep, no problem at all.
Yeah, just for our own due diligence, but councillor Graham and then councillor
Yeah,
McAtee.
I've just been looking through these and especially the water ones and I'd suggest that they're not nice to have ones, these are need to have. And having a history with some water schemes, and I know we're doing a new pipe work, but there's booster stations and that are well past their use by dates, and I see a lot of them here. It's like exactly what Brendan was saying. You defer these too long, and you've got farmers without water, and there's nothing more angry than a farmer without water when it comes to milking or something like that. So I'd suggest if there's a no here, there's a reason why.
Yes, but please be mindful in 18 months' time, it's not going to be our concern. Councillor McAtee.
I disagree with a couple of the points here about not our concern. It is our concern because we're putting our water into shareholding in a water company, and so we're still going to have to have an interest in. We're going to look after we're not directly responsible for the assets, but we're responsible for that shareholding, and those shareholders who would be our ratepayers will be expecting good services from the CCO, and so we've got to be careful with the list because there may be things that the CCO will go, hey, that needs done, so it just happens bang in the following year, and they still get a good water bill. So yeah, the CCO is not necessarily going to save money in the long run. There's a lot of work that's got to be done.
I'm not implying that at all, councillor McAtee. All I'm doing is creating debate. That's what we're here for.
Yep. I'm disagreeing that it's not going to be our problem.
Right.
Yeah,
We've sold it. We've sold this CCO and
no, we're putting our assets into a shareholder.
no, but we've sold it to the people.
Yep.
It's in our best interest to try and make it work, because if it doesn't and there's failures, don't worry about it. We'll be getting in the net.
Our principle was that we were looking at what can we possibly not have to do this year. Doesn't stop us doing it next year.
Following year.
Because all we're thinking about at the moment is from budget expenditure terms, because how capital works is you do the work this year, it gets funded next year by budget. So the programs we make a change to now, today, make a difference to what the budget will be next year. And if we're deferring, right, sorry, Donna, we can defer to do the actual works and all that sort of stuff next financial year, and it impacts the year after, right? So we were just being deliberate in terms of being conscious of the tough year coming up, that we couldn't afford to just sit down and continue today as normal, that actually we could make a difference, and we're proposing we can make the $1.2 million difference, of actual savings into next year's budget, without necessarily, it's only talking about 6 months adjustments, without necessarily, materially and significantly impacting the investment program over the long term. Sorry, Donna.
That's okay. And just to feed on from that, we're very mindful about moving to the CCO, and so to enable continuation of service, that's all we're proposing, to get to design phase on a number of projects so that it's all ready to go. We can hand it to the CCO so they can deliver, so that we're not reducing our asset.
So before you made a comment to Brendan about 5 years design phase, are you saying so if you've done the design, then it's valid for 5 years?
Not entirely. So it's valid at the time of the design is done. So you would then want to, for example, I would hand it over to the CCO, and if I was the CCO, I would then do a quick review of that design to make sure that life hasn't changed. Has there been additional people, a new subdivision from the time the design was completed to the real time of today? Are there additional needs? Are there changes? And then, but it would be a very small task to adjust that detailed design versus from starting from scratch.
There's still no guarantee the CCL will approve it either, so. So there, it's in front of us. How do we want to deal with this? Do we want to do that in council only time tomorrow, or do we do it now, or?
No, I mean, your worship, I think perhaps, no, well, what we'd be doing is, unless there was a like a major change in pathway that we're suggesting, we would propose to move forward to February with what we're suggesting here. What we can build in, though, is that ability to have questions around, like, you've got the info now, an explanation of what you can concentrate on or should concentrate on. We should be able to set up a dialogue option where questions about the need for a particular project in that space, that's a discretionary space, right? Where you can feed that through and we can answer that question for everybody. When we can do that so that we understand whether there would be any need or view on potentially material changes, which we can bring in and discuss on the February workshop, right? But we would feed this into February, give you the opportunity to do some further work on refinement of that between now and February, based on you having the info and understanding that, and asking questions around, shouldn't this project be back in, because I think it's essential, or shouldn't you take this out, because we don't think it necessarily is, then we can do that and bring that forward to February, right? Because we're not going to line by line it here, otherwise you'd have it all day, right? But you have to have that opportunity. We've already made some major changes, but you can get more info and ask questions between now and February if that would work for you.
I actually think there's been a pair of work done into this, so well done, Dawn and the team. And some of it, all of it makes sense to me, and some of the maybes, I know a little bit about one or two of those, and they will be no's. So I think if we're going to have less projects on our team and we can deliver a higher quality or with smaller quantity, that's got to be better for our ratepayers as well, instead of having a whole lot of half-done stuff. We're actually achieving stuff. So I think this document is going to be quite useful. Really do. So, well done.
Thank you.
Just a question, Donna. I see, like, we've got some no's here, but then there's no values beside it. Resulting budget, 0.
So as explained, if it's a no, sorry, which page are you looking at first? So make sure I'm
25 down the bottom, then Caddick Mockingbird Hill Booster Pump Station renewal.
So as explained, those are projects that are currently in this financial year and that they will potentially be carried forward. They're in implementation or working through those. I don't know right this minute what the proposed carry forward value could be, because until we get closer to near the end of this financial year, round about April, May, we put forward a carry forward request report, and that gives the councillors identification at that time of what projects we still have that we will need to carry forward, with the understanding that of the strategy going forward, where we're proposing that next financial year my team only delivers 17 projects, that's of new projects. They will still be working on projects that have not been completed this financial year.
Of the ones we agreed.
Of the ones we agreed to continue working on.
Okay, so we'll set up a framework in some way that gives you that ability to ask the questions, and we'll feed it for everybody though, and then build towards February and see whether there's any other adjustments to that program. At the moment, we're starting off with a 1.2 mil saving as well. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm just thinking if you like, we could organise an actual email inbox address that would come in, so that you could all feed into a specific email address, and then that can be fed out to the relevant project managers. Yeah.
Hey, thanks very much, Donna. That's very fruitful.
Thank you.
Thought-provoking. Very thought-provoking.
Thank you.
Before we move on, I just see this 3 water operational costs has been slipped on the desk. Did everybody get a copy of that?
It was done to tidy up.
Is that to tame Councillor Catwood? Is that a copy?
Yeah, it doesn't include your salaries.
Doesn't include the salaries? So you'd like one with the salaries?
No, The issue is, salaries is included in internal costs, right? It's in the,
Internal others,
internal others, right? The 3 point something.
3.6.
That's as per budget though, it's only the budget. That's because it's salaries plus overheads and other bits and pieces, right? And that's why the direct salary related costs we pulled out and just included in total remuneration, right? So the figure that we've got now, the 18 mil, is by budget what was there, okay? We've discussed the salaries separately and there'll be a flow through impact on that line as a consequence of that, 10% movement. If that's 10%, then there'll be a shift in that sense too. But that's why it wasn't included in the line item, because it gets confusing in that sense. So, but Linda has done an update to make sure that what's in the column adds up, and matches the variance that was identified originally.
And yes, Councillor Catherwood, you're correct. There's a hell of a substantial difference between the columns, so you'll know. Compared to the original one. Well, good, so everyone's got a copy of that. Just got to touch on that before we get lost.
Very good. So we're up to the next item, the 12 o'clock item. So we're jumping to Cross Recreation Centre. That's the one scheduled for 12, right? And Mike, after that, this is just a short update on Diploma. We can get it at the same time. Right. Just trying to so just get it.
Page 47 in your agendas. Welcome, Mike.
Thanks, Your Worship. So happy to take the item as read, but I've also got Simon Cullen here, who is the chair of the governance committee for the Cross Recreation Centre, and Nolan Scott, who's the manager. So Simon's got a few extra little things to add to what's already in your item there.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thank you all for having us to your workshop. Yeah, basically our current financial situation's been building for some time. Yeah, we've been working hard to try and avoid coming to see you guys to ask for additional funds, but we've kind of reached that point where we haven't got in too many other options. As you will have seen in the agenda report, our expenses have been steadily rising and our income hasn't really changed too much. So yeah, today we're sort of asking for two things. Some short-term emergency funding so that we can pay the bills in the near future. And secondly, an increase to the council's annual funding grant to the Cross Recreation Centre. Yeah, just putting that out there now. So happy to ask some questions, answer any questions from you guys. Yeah, I'm sure you've got some.
So just so you understand, the potential increase in annual grant is an annual plan related decision. We workshop sometimes so that we just don't get this as a submission right at the end of the process, that you're actually aware of it at the start of the process and can be included in the documentation that goes out for consultation, and people can then form a view about it, and you're better informed than being asked for something like this through a submission process, right? So you get it in advance, but also the public understand it, and it'll be part of the consultation, right? So that's the first thing in terms of that side. What is being asked for needs to be clear. So that's a question we can ask and make sure that's clear, not already in here. The second thing is just, hey, there's a bit of a problem this year, and the rec centre would be asking for some, effectively, an emergency grant this year, right? Again, how much? Why it's being raised now also is that council is meeting tomorrow, so that would be a council decision. But what it does allow is me to quickly write up a late item that goes to council for you to decide on that particular matter, right? So there's a decision process that you have. You can make your decision whatever way you go, but there's a decision line that you have in being able to do that. We're just suggesting that you can ask the questions now in a workshop sense to get an understanding of it, and then it would come through as a late item tomorrow for council's decision. So timely in that sense, and this is just how it works with councils tomorrow. So try to clear up, there's two different things, and there's the question.
There's the question. Oh, well, thank you for coming along, and please don't feel, I know it's a horrible bloody situation to be in. I'm sure most of the room's been at some point in their lives, but yeah, feel for your pain. You do a great service to the immediate community of interest and to the wider community. So, has anyone got any questions? Bruce?
Yeah, hi guys. Do you think your drop in revenue, is any of that attributable to Poma? If they...
Yeah, our lounge hire has definitely gone down since the Poma's open. Just, different groups have moved over to Poma rather than using our lounge for different events and things. And possibly the odd bigger event as well, which has moved it to Poma as well. Yeah.
You can burn the place down.
I didn't blow away.
Simon, just, can you clarify how much on your second part of your request, emergency funding you need before Christmas, how much you think you need? And is it going to be used if need be, or?
Yeah, so we potentially need, we've got a grant funding application in at the moment for a grant from TDCF. We're hoping we might get $20,000 from them, which we'll find out in early January. And if we get that, then we'll potentially need another 20,000 just to get us through to sort of what we're budgeting through to the end of June next year. But if that grant doesn't eventuate, then potentially 40,000 to see us through to the end of June.
So today you're asking for an emergency fund of 20K before Christmas?
Yeah, it's January where things are going to come to a head with
I think what we're talking about is that the late item decision that you'd be asked to do would be funding up to 40K, right? And that if the grant of 20K was received, then you wouldn't need that, right? So maximum commitment would be 40K. If they received the 20K grant, then it would be only 20K. So the decision would be wrapped around that side of things at the end of the day. And I mean, if you were going to, you could say yes or no, but the point would be you'd catch it in that way so they have certainty. Like they have certainty from tomorrow, yay or nay, as to whether they have to sweat or not around the finances, right? So you're still protecting yourselves because if they get the 20K, it's only 20K.
But I think the question was the 20K, where did the 40K come from?
Yeah, because that's the second part of it. There's two parts today. One's for long-term annual plan, but the part today is also asking if we can put an agenda item in tomorrow to get an emergency 20K tomorrow. Is that correct?
40.
40, is it?
40? Where did the 40 come from, though?
Well, they just...
That's what we're budgeting to need to get through to the end of June next year.
To June, yeah.
But it's January is we were looking like we're not going to have enough funds in the bank to get through, because at the moment it's our quiet period in the rec centre. Obviously, there's not a lot of winter sports and things obviously going on, so we don't have that much income in the rec centre. So it's sort of we're challenging time to get income in coming through.
So if you don't get the money tomorrow, what happens over Christmas? The lights get turned off.
Yeah, we'll have to look at something drastic. Not something we.
Not a preferred topic.
Not a preferred topic, really.
That's the seriousness of it, isn't it?
We're not-for-profit charitable group. We can't get ourselves a bank loan or anything like that, so, and it's not something we want to do anyway, so yeah, we can't really go into overdraft or anything with our bank balance. Yeah.
Two questions. First one, how much of an investment did council put into this when it was being built originally?
It's here in the.
One point eight.
I read it.
Page 50.
1.8.
1.8 mil.
Yeah.
Which is still being paid on.
So it's quite significant investment. That's probably my point. Okay. And obviously going forward, you want the thing increased, so that's something that's got to go through the annual plan process, isn't it? So I think put a paper forward for a late item tomorrow for 40K, and then we can debate it. Simple as that.
Bruce?
Yeah, just through you. I don't know if I've read it or remembered it, but you guys have investments.
I think, yeah, it was mentioned in the report, but I don't think it's correct.
It was just from the accounts that you gave me, but it was very minor. It was just
Yeah, there's
one. It was just categorised in there.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
exactly to know.
It was very
It's
small.
to do with the vehicle.
So sorry, the quantum being no more than $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, can I ask just, okay, so this is short-term stuff, just going forward in the long term. When this was developed, you got quite a bit of public money or support from the community. I remember at the time I was thinking that's a daft idea to build this big 5-course recreation centre there, and yeah, I've been proven quite wrong. But I'm just wondering, the public are probably unaware of your plight at the moment too, and I'm just wondering whether there's possibility in the long run, because you did have some very good supporters that helped you build the building. So the possibility of this is, I'm not thinking short term, but I'm thinking in the medium to long term.
Yeah, we're definitely considering how we might do some fundraising. Like we've been working hard trying to get sponsorship, as we do rely on local businesses for sponsorship at the moment. We've sort of had a bit of a battle with that recently, with our biggest sponsors sort of pulled back quite a lot, and we haven't managed to replace them as yet. But yeah, also we'll definitely be looking into possibly fundraising drive and getting some.
I think down the individual track.
Yeah. Yep, that's definitely something we want to consider as well.
We have identified, because we had a good workshop internally with the team and all that sort of thing around what were the key drivers of bits and pieces, right? And so sure, potential council increase in grants, which hasn't actually increased much over time if you have a look at it in that sense. So there was always that potential, but it was also identified, wasn't it, that there's a huge opportunity around sponsorship that is currently not able to be realised at this point. But the message we were giving is that we absolutely feel that between our community department, which is set up to support these things, and you as elected members with the weight that you can pull, we should be able to get sponsorship a bit more sorted for one of our greatest structures we've got, right, in terms of what it delivers for the district. And between your collective influence and our department that's set up to support, we thought there's a big opportunity there to be looking at that side of things for the long term as well. I think that's an area that we should be able to be working on, and putting proper influence through the district to look to improve that side. We've got big, massive businesses, and this is our shining light for the district, right?
Yeah.
So there's a thing there that we need to be looking at, and the point was, instead of just leaving it to these guys alone, that we think council can play a positive role in supporting it.
Good, no, we would appreciate any help.
Michelle?
Yeah, so going forward, I mean, what is it, 55,000 is your annual grant. So the thing is, and I know we give grants for different things, but so what it's boiling down to is the dollar value. So what are we looking at, 80,000 a year or?
Yeah, but looking at what we've budgeted, we think that the annual grant needs to double at least to make us sustainable as we are. Unless we can do something around the sponsorship, which will help that out. But,
Understandable. That's fine. I'm not an issue with it because I mean it's a value component of our whole district. The other thing is it's tell your story. You gotta don't just sit on it, guys. We gotta get out and tell the story. Okay? And you'll be surprised what will come forward.
Yeah.
We do live in a good district for a reason. Okay? So don't feel down on yourselves. This happens, and I mean everyone's going through times, but there are good times out there too, and there are some big players in our district that are having good times. So let's use them.
thank you. Yeah. If there's a way that you guys got ideas about how we should go about getting our message out there with the community and potential fundraising, then we're all ears, open to suggestions.
Rachel? Dane? No more questions? Bruce?
And I have read this somewhere too. How many people actually go through the Red Centre a year?
96,601 for the 24-25. It's in your report.
96,000.
Yeah.
What's their grant? What grant are you after?
Well, we're currently granting 55,000.
Yeah, and you want
Plus
to increase it to?
110.
110 if there is no increase to sponsorship.
Huge.
You can certainly see that 23-24 was a bloody rough year for you, obviously, wasn't it? That was the kick.
Yeah, we've had some big jumps, like insurance jumped 20 grand in a couple of years.
Yeah, you can see the expenditures doing a gradual climb after that as well. So, well, you're part of the district's DNA. I've never been there for a netball game myself. I've got no daughters, but I'm sure the fathers out there in the district that have got daughters have been there in a sheltered complex. So, we'll get Steve to prepare a paper.
Yeah, so your worship and councillors, the suggestion is that we do a late item for a decision on the emergency relief. Right, so no decisions now, just be aware there'll be a late item written for that for tomorrow. Please don't shoot me for a late item.
That's tomorrow.
You're just agreeing to a late item, right? So that's good.
Shoot you tomorrow.
And then secondly, we'll take, if you're comfortable, we'll take to February for the February figures and to potentially include in consultation, but to be determined in February, a potential increase in grant. So you're not approving an increase, you're just potentially consulting on it. But that will also allow between now and February, Mike, for us to do further homework around the sponsorship related side of things, because it does potentially impact on what grant is being asked for, right? So it would make sense to try and do some further work to feed into the February workshop on what progress we might have made or what, and we can bring that back to February as well. We go from there. So does that make sense? Yes. That's the direction.
Steve, you talked about bringing some elected member weight to bear on that as well. So does that fit within that time frame?
Yeah. So the strategy, the get together on a sponsorship strategy in terms of what we need to be looking at, We've got departmental support, Mike's department can support. We'll come back and we'll work with elected members on what that strategy will be and what we might need to do, whether we're applying it before February or we're applying it after, but we can do home. Does that make sense?
Everyone happy with that? Everyone happy with that, councillors?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Mike's just got an update, or did you want to? Yeah. Well, if they could just wait, you got 2 seconds on this.
Joel, just a comment, Mike will be able to elaborate more on this, but CTO had workshops around target, I suppose. And one of the key things coming out of that, I understand, is about operations, funding operational costs, because they're getting out of control everywhere. Every group, everywhere is having the same issue. It's not about building these things, it's about running them. So they're maybe looking at changing policy around that, which could help some groups.
Right. A quick update on Tacoma, and it is quick because there's a little bit of a change.
Yep. So if I could just provide the update on Tacoma. So just this week they've come back and said, look, they plan to apply for the same amount as last year, which was 80k, and so not to apply for any more than that. And that basically they use that funding to cover their insurance, and it also helps with their winter electricity costs. But so yeah, that's so no change really on that.
Okay, so that's why that's quick.
That's why it's very quick.
We didn't have to wheel anybody in for that one. And look, we're nearly back on time. So
yeah.
Don't they use solar heating? Isn't it run with solar? No? Only part of it.
Yeah. But on that conversation too, it also highlights their last guest, a bit of a comparison, partial there, along with their local swimming pools. Okay, just like to add. Same probably.
right, so voluntary targeted rates, so we can pull together.
This isn't in your, wasn't in the report, but it's a couple of quick slides. If we can hit the button on the. Oh, that's the mix into stuff. Where are the updates?
You had to put it in. If there was
I did put it in. It's in the Infols version.
Anyone else there, can you? This is the impulse. There's a shout. I was like,
Saved it in the Infols. I can talk to it anyway.
personally tattooing with the thing. There we go.
It's okay. We haven't had voluntary targeted rates legally able to be applied for a number of years. Sharon's probably got some more background on that, but my understanding is they were considered a finance product, and they didn't meet the disclosures for being a finance product. Primarily, hundreds of millions of dollars of them for Auckland was where it started, but we got caught up in that as well. Now, my understanding is that we've got legal advice, an offer to write up our voluntary targeted rate information on the estimates between 9 and 14k for us to do that, and then we would be able to start to reintroduce voluntary targeted rates. But we have discussed previously about putting this in place for other things than what are currently approved, which we've done it in the past for water and wastewater connection costs. We've done it for home heating, haven't we, Sharon? Insulation, dust suppression seals for their share. And what that effectively does is it means that people can pay that off through their rates over 5 years. And we also have discussed, probably for the last 2 years, about reintroducing that for people potentially to use for their I&I changes they need to make for their inflow and infiltration changes to their drainage or sewage systems on site, because we've had a few people have come back and said, I don't have the money, I can't make those changes. So to add the additional things through the annual plan, the additional types of things, we need to do that through the consultation process through the annual plan. But the key thing I wanted to discuss today, and we haven't got the firm answer on it, but in order for us to even be able to do that, we need to spend the $9,000 to $14,000 to get all the documentation done. We haven't been able to absolutely confirm, but we were hoping, and by the time we get to February, we can hopefully have an answer on that, is that we can recover that through an admin or a margin on the interest rate. So over time, from people who put their hand up for that, we'll be able to recover back that investment. But until we actually do that legal work, we don't have the paperwork and the documentation to even talk about offering those VTRs next annual plan. The other thing that we do need to consider is whether we want to be doing VTRs for things that may be handed over to the water CCO. So do those, if someone does it for inflow and infiltration, are we going to be left managing that for 5 years while all the water assets have disappeared into a new CCO? So we're not sure but they definitely won't be able to levy a VTR, but they may be able to have an arrangement where someone pays it off over 5 years. So that would be part of the legal advice as well, because I'm not so sure we want to be entering into 5-year arrangements when water's disappearing in the first year of that arrangement.
So, although, like, we haven't debated it.
No.
But in that, we're talking about I&I, who owns that? The homeowner owns that. It's not a council asset, right, in that sense, because it's internal to the property. The security for a VTR is actually the rate, right? So it's a rate. So in that sense, so when you think about it, it's not quite the same as sending a loan over to the CCO. That you could keep it. They're not major loans. You could keep it and just do it as per the original instruction, which is the homeowner pays over rates. If they sell the new home, they either pay it up there or it's done differently again. So security-wise, I don't see an issue with that. They're not major loans, but we haven't discussed it ourselves. But I don't actually think it's necessarily a bad thing to not sweat about shifting it to the CCO. It's probably better VTRs stay with council. Voluntary targeted rates, they are a rate, they stay with council. It's effectively basically a loan being paid through by your rates. So I don't think that's actually a big deal. And that I think legally they'll reinforce that. So it's really worst case, we might have to fork out between 9,000 and 14,000 for the paperwork to make it happen. If we can't on charge it through to the VTRs, but my understanding is it's a really much wanted tool that people have. Like, it's not something that we force on people, but many times people will say, yeah, I want to do something, like I want to put that heater in, or I want to do that dust suppression, and can I please put it on my rates? You go, I can't do it at the moment, but it's a very good mechanic. People do actually use it, and it does work.
Thanks. So how long would it take if we agreed to it?
We would you have to put it through the annual plan because it's a rate, and then it becomes effective on 1 July in terms of that ability to right? But they can. Yeah.
Simon.
Yep. Yes, so just on that time frame. So if we get the work done. You're saying that we cannot put a voluntary targeted rate through. We can only get a permission at the 1st of July to do that in the future.
No, we can.
Solve.
If we do the paper, sorry, we can solve. Yes, you're right. You can only start the process 1 July afterwards, right?
The process of creating our own voluntary targeted rate scheme or putting a voluntary targeted rate on something. But should we offer that July 26th?
Sharon, we normally do them before the rating year, don't we? And then they come into effect on 1 July.
Yes,
Yeah, because we can only rate once a year. So they would come into effect 1 July 26 if you've made that decision through the annual plan.
Yeah.
Yes, but the annual plan decision can't be given effect until 1 July. So all you're doing is approving that VTRs can be put in place, and you're signing them up over the next 12 months. They won't get rated until the year after. That's it's going to have to work.
We can't create one before. No. And so you've said 5 years. Is that that's a flexible number too, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we've used that as a maximum.
It needs to be between 3 and 5.
Because what I'm just saying is if someone's wanting some water stuff done around and they might get a 10 grand bill and they're struggling to pay for it over a 5-year loan, they'll be looking at 2 to 3 grand a year. That might be just about the size of their rates pool that they're battling with to not, struggling to afford the thing that they want.
That's good. Well, that's their decision though to draw that loan.
Yeah, it's still not going to make it a lot easier for them. Yeah,
that's their decision.
It's a voluntary.
Yeah.
Voluntary.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Different bank.
Yeah.
Bruce.
It's not going to your own bank, it's coming to the Bruce. CDC. Bruce.
I remember when we bought them for the Takwiti and Benha surge schemes, and there was some angst out there with people in those areas. They were high economic areas type thing, and you talk to some of the people after, and they're so relieved that there was an option that rather than going to the bank, because possibly they didn't have a banking history or something, but the relief that they could get that job done. So totally for it. Some real advantages.
Oh, sorry, just on that, I found the slides, so I'll print them off for you and you'll have them on the table.
Sorry, yeah, I'm not sure where I saved it.
Yeah, no, good on you. I know, for fact, Lawrence did the same in the Borough Day. Was it the Borough put the sewage in? And I remember buying a house and didn't realise it was a bill attached to the rates.
I suppose the only difference between those schemes is they were 25-year loans rather than a 5-year loan, and quite often they get paid off when they sell. The other thing is that the I&I stuff gets noted on a property file, so a prospective purchaser sees there's outstanding issues with it, whereas this would give them an opportunity to have it rectified.
So just another question on them. When you put it out there, so these other projects you talked about, I assume everybody went in at the same time?
No, not necessarily. Those other projects, people could choose to pay it upfront as a lump sum or pay it as a loan rate.
Do they get to choose the provider? Do they go and organise the project, and say I need this? Or does the council do it for?
We haven't done this. We usually say this is the issue. You figure out which plumber you're going to get to sort it out. Yeah. Because
they get a quote, and then that's the loan.
Yep.
So there's a lot of detail, like it could be a maximum of 5 million a year, it could be, you can only do it on certain things, it's not everything.
Absolutely, and part of the process would be council signing off these are the things that it can be for, because at the moment there's a specified list, and remediation work to your internal plumbing is not on that list, so we can't currently offer it. We can't do it until we've done the rest of the processing and all the documentation right as well, so we're compliant.
No further questions? Getting close to lunch, and Peter's got a burning desire to present.
Through you. I'll keep it short. This is basically to touch base with you about the board key dates with respect to the annual plan. We're in discussions with Deloitte about some of the just clarification on some matters, but we think we've reached a landing on not likely to need a LTP amendment based on what we know today. Going into the where we're going from here, mention's been already mentioned that we've got a workshop on the 12th of February. What that leads to is we need next, which would be the 5th of March, to agree on the annual plan and fees and charges consultation documents. And then it's proposed that we'd go into a consultation around the 9th of March and complete that consultation around the 9th of April with a view to, you've currently got hearings in your calendar for the 29th of April, which would be followed by the point again of making decisions for the annual plan itself on the 21st of May, which is in your diary. And then I just need to check that date on the 25th of June, but I think that will be in your diaries. It's basically a council meeting. It's already in your diaries, and that would be the final decisions on the annual plan. So that's the forward view, and through your worship, take any questions on that.
Did you mention enough about to and fro we've been having around the LTP amendment?
Okay, so on the LTP amendment, and please join me on this, Steve, through you, your worship. We're waiting on advice from Deloitte. We had a meeting with them last week, and we've also had advice from Simpson Grierson that in relation to the water change, that advice from Simpson Grierson is we don't need to do an LTP amendment based on the advice to date. Deloitte are actually canvassing with the Officer and Auditor General about that information, just to triangulate so we're all on the same page. And then the other element that we were talking about, which might have triggered an LTP amendment, was the Tapanui Library Community Centre. And based looking at what we're proposing to do there, we don't think that would trigger an LTP amendment either, because we're not divesting of an asset as such, because the land would be leased to the facility. So that would have been a trigger if it was a strategic asset that we were moving, which a library is under the significant engagement policy. So we still are waiting back from Deloitte. We just need to, as I say, make sure we're all on the same page. Steve, did you have any additional thoughts?
No, I just thought we'd mention that it's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
But we are looking for confirmation of our view that it's not required as an LTP amendment, which makes all the difference. We've been struggling a bit otherwise. So our plan is on the basis that it isn't. And we think that's doable, and don't we, Peter?
Yep.
Oh, thank you for that, Peter. And on that note, unless anyone's got any questions for Peter, I've picked up 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
I've held this up 15 minutes and I've got 5 back, so we're going good. So we'll break for lunch.